I've ever seen in the English media sphere, including a lot of the so-called alternative media. The big thing, of course, was the so-called emergency speech made by Donald Trump on Wednesday. Uh, Tucker Carlson was told by a member of Congress that he was going to declare war. And before that, Trump posted that he was going to stop all the flows of Venezuelan oil. Before that, he said he was going to close Venezuelan airspace. Well, neither of these things happened because the military has figured out that the Trump, what we're seeing on our screens and in these White House press briefings, is not Donald Trump. He's a fake. He's not their commander-in-chief. And the proof is that he was unable to declare war, even though he had told members of Congress that is what he was going to do. This is a huge development. It shows that something big is going to happen. And of course, the real reason Trump was going to declare war is because he needed to use the War Emergencies Act to prevent the release of the Epstein files, which is due for December 20th. Well, we'll see if that happens. But when you actually listen to his speech, he talks about $18 trillion that he's gotten. Well, from his tariffs and from promises of investments. Well, in the 11 months, what actually happened is he got $236 billion in tariffs, which is basically a tax on American citizens. And that's not anywhere even a fraction of what they need to stop the United States from going bankrupt. We'll see what happens, but it's definitely looking very terminal for this fake show. But I think things are going to happen in the EU first, because there is a full-blown revolution going on there that once again is not going to be televised until it's really over. But the big thing that's going on in Europe now is that farmers across the continent are revolting, because basically what's going on is the Khazarian mafia is trying to bankrupt farmers through various forms of legislation in order to seize their land. And the farmers have broken into EU headquarters, and they've shut down London, and they're protesting in Greece, France, everywhere. Watch these next 3 video clips to see how intense that is. You can see from the videos that the police are running away. They're unable to do anything about it. And in what I posted in my weekly report on Monday, you can see that the tanks that were sent in London to suppress the farmers actually sided with the farmers. So this is going to, get more intense. And already, again, this is not being reported in the West, but the government of Bulgaria has fallen because they were going to try to impose the euro on their citizens, and mass protests, put a kibosh on that. And another huge news item that is nowhere in the Western press is that Gerhard Schroeder, the former Prime Minister, Chancellor of Germany, went on German TV, and he said that in 2018, the current Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, was summoned to the 44th floor of Black Rock Tower, and he was told by Larry Fink that Germany had to stop buying cheap oil and gas from Russia and had to buy expensive oil and gas from America. The result is that German industry has fallen by 20% since 2018. And for example, Volkswagen just closed a factory that had been running for 88 years. They're destroying Germany, and they've reached a point where the Germans are in revolt. So this is happening everywhere, and it's not going to get better. They're not going to stay in power. Now, Ursula von der Leyen has already had most of her former colleagues arrested in the Ukrainian corruption scandal, and the dragnet is closing in on her. She's trying to steal Russian assets in order to prevent the bankruptcy of the EU, but the Russians have said they're going to go after anybody who does that. They've publicly said it, and I'm assuming they're going to, take physical action. Although, the task reports talk about all legal means. And here's another clip I want you to watch. This is a Polish politician pulling down the EU flag, stepping on it, and burning it. This is revolution at work. This is something that is ongoing. What we're seeing is the collapse of a system of Babylonian debt slavery and the freedom of the Western people from slavery. And if you still don't understand that you are slaves, take a look at this clip about your birth certificate and your social security number, in case you didn't know this was true. Watching the end of a very ancient regime, and they're running out of tools. Like I say, they put in a fake Trump, but his actions, reveal that he is not the commander-in-chief who was elected by the American people to drain the swamp. He's a fake replacement. And they do that with all sorts of people. It's pretty clear, for example, that Kash Patel, who we're seeing on our screens, is not the Kash Patel who was promising a couple of years ago to release the Epstein files. Instead, they replaced him with a fake. And the rank and file are revolting. They're no longer being able to, you elect a leader to do something, and then he's replaced with somebody who does the opposite, and people are sick and tired of that. They're not going to allow it to continue. And the other thing that people need to understand is that the only thing that is stopping the European people from becoming Russians, Chinese Communist Party slaves, is Russia. In China now, huge numbers of people are homeless because they have been cut out of the digital currency because their social credit score was too low. And now they're homeless, living on the streets. That's the sort of future they were going to impose on us unless we do something about them. And here's some news that it's an exclusive to this podcast, which is, and it's huge as far as I'm concerned, Russian troops are fighting Chinese troops in Thailand and Cambodia. I was looking at, I was trying to figure out what was going on with these clashes between Cambodia and Thailand. It just didn't make sense. And so I asked some Thai royals and some military intelligence in the region. And what they say is what's happening is China is trying to take over Cambodia and build a big deep water port there. And the Russians are trying to stop them. The Russians have made an alliance with all the countries around China. So North Korea, Mongolia, India, Vietnam, etc. And now apparently Thailand, so that they all agree they will ally and fight together to prevent Chinese expansionism. And the only force that is able to militarily prevent China from moving all the way to Spain is Russia. So these idiots in the so-called coalition of the willing, who are still trying to destroy Russia, are the enemies of the European people. And let's make it clear, there's a few people we need to get rid of in order to finish this nightmare that we're all going through. These are, of course, Larry Fink, Bill Gates, the fake Trump, Ursula von der Leyen, Keir Starmer of the UK, Friedrich Merz of Germany, and then, of course, Jean-Michel de Rothschild, who's cross-dressing and pretending to be Brigitte Macron. The usual suspects. We need to round these people up and make them face charges, war crimes charges. And these are worse war crimes, I would say, than even World War II. For example, a recent opinion poll of Americans found out that you get a slap on the wrist over. Now, this is something you get hung for, okay? And that's the sort of thing we need to do. And we also, need to make sure they don't get away with replacing leaders with fakes anymore. And these are not clones, okay? They're people who are selected because they look similar. They're given plastic surgery. They're trained to mimic, and then they use computer graphics. and they can be identified through DNA testing. So we also need to make sure that the fake King Charles is removed, and most importantly, we need to take away control of their magic money printing machine, because that's the source of their power. I'm just going to check my notes to see if I have something I missed. Oh yeah, another huge news item that is not being reported by Drudge or anywhere else is the massive flooding in the northwest of the United States. 3 states are completely underwater. This appears to be some sort of weather warfare attack. I'm going to try to find out what the motives are, but it's clearly not a natural event. We are at some sort of major turning point. People are waking up en masse, and especially in the military and the intelligence community, understand that Western civilization will collapse unless we throw out these Khazarian mafia criminals. And of course, that means Benjamin Netanyahu has to go, and we need to get the Egyptian military and the Turkish military to move into Israel and clean up that nest and restore the nation state of Judea, which will be multicultural and multinational. Another thing I'd like to point out is I didn't want to celebrate Hanukkah because that is a holiday that actually represents the mass murder of assimilated Jews, and I do not go along with this. However, I do wish to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. And people need to understand that the Bible does not say when Jesus Christ was born. So what they did was they took the old solar New Year and replaced it with Jesus Christ. But the fact is that in the Northern Hemisphere, the sun keeps setting further north every day until the 21st of December. And then for 3 days, it appears to set in the same place. And then on December 25th, it starts to move south again. The days start getting longer. So this is a solar New Year. We all live under the same sun, and I think we can all celebrate this holiday, even if you're not Christian. So Merry Christmas and Happy Solar New Year to everybody. And I hope to see you again next week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. After watching Trump's December 17th televised address, many people expected something more consequential, but instead saw a tightly scripted, humorless, and usually self-focused delivery that felt more like an imitation of Trump than his typical presence. Some viewers even noted inconsistencies in physical cues such as height and presence, which led to speculate about whether the speaker was actually Trump or possibly a stand-in. At the same time, this address coincided with the renewed signaling around the election case and a period of extreme weather events across the country. From your perspective, do you see any legitimacy in the speculation about the authenticity of the appearance, or in the idea that the timing and tone of the speech surrounding the events were part of a coordinated narrative or psychological operation?
As I mentioned in my talk, the Khazarian mafia was hoping to use their bought and paid Congress and their fake Trump, and he's obviously fake. Just use your own eyes. Compare the different pictures. Look at the height. They were hoping to fool the military into declaring war in order to prevent themselves from being arrested for war crimes, and it failed. So he wasn't able to declare war, which was the plan. Instead, he repeated these lies about $18 trillion. And by the way, as an example of these lies, okay, he came to Japan and said he's going to get $550 billion. Well, 3 months later or 2 months later, he's got exactly zero. The same thing with South Korea. So he's not getting, the world is not going to invest $18 trillion in this crime syndicate. They want to pull the plug on them. And their fake Trump is no longer fooling very many people. This whole thing is coming to a crash. And that speech, I think, was a sign of that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Have there been any significant political or security developments unfolding in South Africa that have not been adequately covered in mainstream reporting?
Well, I don't know about South Africa, but the big thing in Africa is that they have cut themselves off from the Western financial system. Muammar Gaddafi of Libya was the first because he tried to do this by having a gold-backed African currency to get away from the U.S. dollar and the Khazarian mafia financial system. Well, now they've done it. They've announced their own financial system, and that means Africa is no longer going to be raped for its resources. And I don't normally give investment advice, but I'd say getting in Africa now would be like getting in on ground zero in China back in the day, and I'd highly recommend it. But of course, due diligence, as always, is required. Next question.
And with the newly passed U.S. Defense Authorization Bill including limiting funding for Ukraine, which was far less than previous levels, how do you assess the sustainability of Western support for Ukraine and the likely long-term outcome of the war?
Well, the Ukraine war was a genocide against the Ukrainian people. The idea was to remove the Russian and other peoples from the Ukraine and make a new homeland for the Ashkenazi Jews, the revival of the Khazarian Empire. So, for example, Wagner, remember all these reports about Ukraine fighting Wagner? Well, it was the same people. Zelensky and Wagner worked together. Zelensky would grab Ukrainian men off the streets, they send them to a certain area, and then they tell Wagner where they were, and Wagner would kill them with artillery. So this was always about a mass bribery campaign, using money that was supposed to go to Ukraine to bribe politicians in the West, as well as a genocide against the Ukrainian people. And it was not, but it was also an attempt to destroy Russia. The whole thing is blowing up in their faces, and they're not going to get away with this. They're going to face war crimes trials. The whole thing is ending. And Zelensky, he's not there. He's just a TV thing in the West. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The Donald Trump administration has just ordered a naval blockade on sanctioned oil tankers entering or leaving Venezuela. Given this, do you think this move signals a real shift in global oil geopolitics, or is it merely a bluff tied to election case pressure?
Well, he was trying to start a war with Venezuela, but the Russians and the Chinese read the Riot Act to the American military, and the American military are now working with the Russians and the Chinese. So no, it failed. Okay, it was an attempt to avoid bankruptcy by stealing Venezuelan oil, as well as an attempt to avoid Epstein file release by declaring war, and it's failing. It's failed. Next question.
Ivan, we have our last question for today. With the European Union facing increasing internal strain from farmers' protests, rising energy costs, growing resistance to climate regulations, and the continued decentralization of power in Brussels despite national pushback, do you see the EU entering a phase of managed decline? And do you believe this is actually steering that process behind the scenes? Or who do you believe is steering the process?
I don't think it's going to be managed decline. I think these people are going to fight, to the end, because they know that they're actual Nazis and they know they're going to face war crimes. So I didn't post a clip, but I was sent one of Ursula von der Leyen saying she's going to stay in the EU headquarters until they got money for Ukraine. Well, they're not going to get that money, so hopefully she'll stay in there until she's arrested. But I think the EU is coming to an end. I don't want to be caught on timing, but mathematically and financially, they are doomed.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Worldwide EBS activation at midnight, Saturday, May 18, 2026. 10 to 12 days of communication blackout. Temporary worldwide martial law. Global financial crash. Stay calm, stay safe, stock up on essentials. Trust the plan. Q. Judy note. Monday, May 4th, the countdown has begun. In 24 hours, the White House was expected to trigger the emergency broadcast system or not. At any rate, it was coming soon. This was not the end. It was a new beginning. After the 10 days of darkness, the world would never be the same. New republic, new economy, new legal system, new health system, new political system, and new education system. President Trump has declared the restoration of the American Republic and dissolved U.S. Inc. in returning the sovereignty of common law. In a historic move, President Donald J. Trump has invoked the authority under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. He has declared U.S. Inc. dissolved and restored America as a sovereign constitutional republic under common law. The era of foreign-controlled corporate rule, globalist occupation, and admiralty law is over. Patriots know this represents the dismantling of the very system that has enslaved the country through debt and deception for generations. Monday, May 4th, 2026, President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved, common law sovereignty returned. The Declaration of Authority and Summons issued and signed by Trump is legal, binding, and active. It marks the rebirth of the Republic the Patriots have long fought to restore. This is the fulfillment of what many have prayed and worked toward in silence. President Trump has reasserted command over the military. Under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, all flag officers are bound to obey the lawful orders of the Commander-in-Chief. This bypasses corrupt channels and directly realigns the armed forces with true constitutional principles, drawing on sovereign rights under common law. Rooted in natural law and God-given rights, Trump returns the nation to its founding principles beyond corporate statutes. This shift empowers the people and removes the legal fiction that allowed external control. All flag officers are summoned to assemble in Virginia on October 25th, 2026. This assembly in Republic's birthplace reaffirms allegiance and restores military unity under constitutional authority, away from deep state influence. It is a key step in securing the future of the nation. Trump has directed the closure or transfer of military outposts abroad tied to British Commonwealth contracts. This ends foreign control and resets U.S. military operations to serve American interests exclusively. The order upholds the President's duty to the Constitution and the people. Officers and servants must choose the Republic or face treason, consequences for failing to honor their oaths. The U.S. Inc. fraud. Common law is reestablished. The military realigns with Trump. The deep state is legally overthrown. At last. This is the moment of victory for patriots. The Republic returns, sovereign and free once more. America stands independent under true constitutional rule, bringing hope and renewal to all who love this country. The old word of Satan worshiping, the old world. They just hadn't had the funeral yet, though. Trump had scheduled it for Friday, May 15, 2026. To commemorate the beginning of a golden age, rolling worldwide emergency blackout broadcast system EBS broadcasts were set to begin at midnight Saturday, May 16, 2026, followed by 10 to 12 days of blackout and temporary martial law, while Trump's global military alliance made mass arrests of more Satan-worshipping pedophiles. Expect a worldwide financial crash. Fiat US dollar, banks closing, ATMs not working. It's advised to take money out of your failing bank before the bank freezes your account. With NESARA GESARA full activation, the great debt wipeout has begun. One of the cabal's biggest banks was gone. Doors were sealed at midnight, assets frozen, executives vanished into military custody. No statement, no explanation, just silence. Underground vaults have been breached, with trillions in hidden gold and securities seized from the Rothschild Rockefeller networks. Cue martial law on Telegram, Monday, May 4th, 2026. Monday, May 4th, 2026. White hats, gray hats, black hats, we wear them all. We are here, we are there, we are everywhere. We hear and see everything. Soldiers of light, they tried to push us into the darkness of the New World Order. They were countered on every move. Nothing can stop what is coming. What we thought we knew but didn't really know, and now I'm supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. In 1913, the Satan worshipping deep state cabal Rockefellers then closed them all by 1925. Monday, May 4th, with the help of USAID, wrote the memo that led to Trump's impeachment, which was entirely based on hearsay. Instead of USAID helping other countries with taxpayer dollars, they were being used to go after President Trump and destroy our own country. Monday, May 4th, Oprah, Kimmel, and Biden doubles have been extracted from Gitmo. Thousands of elite replicants have been unmasked in underground labs funded by federal corruption. Monday, May 4th, a North Carolina congressman lifted a floor panel inside the Lincoln Room of the U.S. Capitol, exposing the deep state's escape and logistics network. The hidden staircase leads into tunnels expanded over decades to shield elite operations from the public. These passages connect congressional offices, secure facilities, and underground infrastructure across Capitol Hill. They have transported people, documents, cash, and assets for the globalist agenda as President Trump restores sovereignty from the Oval Office in his second term. EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. Monday, May 4th. The Earth Alliance has been working in silence for years, building the foundation for this moment. Martial law on Telegram. Elon Musk's Starlink has been commandeered for this very purpose. The cover stories about global internet? Just smoke and mirrors. The real mission has always been about overthrowing the deep state. The EBS will hit in phases. So whether your phone goes off slightly earlier or later, it doesn't matter. It's coming. The alert is unstoppable. Once the signal hits your phone, the next phase begins. The Earth Alliance will broadcast directly to the people, led by Trump and key military leaders, cutting through the lies and exposing the truth about mass arrests, the takedown of the deep state, and the crumbling of the corrupt financial system. Human trafficking rings, manipulation of global conflicts, engineered disasters, it all comes out. The broadcast will expose FEMA, the FBI, and other agencies, showing how they've been turned against the people to maintain control. This is the reckoning. Expect this broadcast to last up to 10 days. During this time, there will be no internet, no TV, no mainstream news. Only the EBS will provide updates on the arrests, military actions, and the destruction of the old financial system. Global currency reset, Monday, April 4th, 2026. Official. White Hat military takes control of global money system. Nasara active, QFS payments live, redemption centers open, trillions released, JD Vance on Telegram. White Hat military forces have seized full operational command of the global financial redemption. They direct the release of trillions in asset-backed funds across 209 nations, dismantling the old fiat debt system and installing the quantum financial system as the unbreakable backbone of sovereign economies. This process strips power from central banks that bled American citizens for generations. The QFS operates on quantum-secured ledgers that reject manipulation, usury, and hidden taxation. Every redemption transaction traces in real time, shielding patriots and everyday workers from the theft that funded endless wars and bureaucratic empires. President Trump's team coordinates this with military precision. Secure channels routed the final triggers, bypassing compromised institutions to deliver immediate liquidity to aligned nations. America's 250th anniversary on July 4, 2026 marks the public unveiling. Trump prepares a declaration that restores constitutional money and ends the private Federal Reserve stranglehold. This date delivers the decisive blow against globalist control and returns economic sovereignty to the people who built this republic. Nasara activates the framework that cancels illegitimate debt, abolishes the income tax on wages, and returns seized wealth to American families. JSARA extends the same protections worldwide. White Hats have released initial tranches with funds flowing into redemption accounts and sovereign treasuries right now. The old system collapses under its own weight, while the new one stands operational and defended by military assets. Trump's preparations tie directly into this reset through public events, celebrating restored freedom alongside tangible prosperity. The deep state can no longer suppress this transition. Via controlled media and financial gatekeepers, military oversight ensures American citizens receive priority protection while the bureaucracy that enriched themselves at their expense is starved. This fulfills the America First mandate. Sovereignty returns to the people. Citizens reclaim control over their labor, land, and future. The global currency reset completes under White Hat direction, and July 4th, 2026 will etch this victory into history. Restored Republic. Monday, May 4th, Project Freedom begins. Freedom Active, QFS Gold, Tier 4B, 72 hours. Trump posted one sentence on Truth Social that shook every intelligence agency on Earth. The United States will guide ships from neutral and innocent countries out of the Strait of Hormuz starting Monday, May 4th, 2026. 65 days, that's how long Iran held the world's most critical waterway hostage. 40% of global oil passes through Hormuz. 2 vessels hit by projectiles this week. Iran called it a ceasefire violation. Trump did not respond. He named it Project Freedom. Here's what CNN won't tell you. There are 3 vessels in that strait that don't carry oil. They carry physical gold bullion. $38 billion worth, transferred from Saudi Arabia and the UAE to the U.S. Treasury, under a classified agreement signed in March. That gold is not for Fort Knox, it's for the QFS Reserve Ledger. The quantum financial system cannot activate without verified physical backing. Digital currency without gold is just another fiat scam. Trump knows this. The Saudis know this. Iran did not block Hormuz to fight America. Iran blocked Hormuz because someone told them what was on those ships. Think about it. 65 days of blockade, the entire global economy strangled, oil at record highs, and Trump waited patiently until the Navy was in position, until the escort route was secured, until every submarine in the Fifth Fleet was between those ships and the Iranian coast. Tomorrow morning, those ships move. When the gold arrives at the U.S. Treasury, the QFS ledger locks. Tier 4B notifications begin within 72 hours of confirmation. This was never about oil. This was never about Iran. This was about moving the gold that backs your wealth from one side of the world to the other under military escort. May 5th, watch the ships. Watch the markets. Watch your inbox. Constitutional Republic of Canada. The only way to Canadian sovereignty. We have a link to a video, no referendum required, Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, there's another clip, Canada the Illusion, clip 5, Statute of Westminster 1931. So I am going to play a clip from the very, kind of towards the end of that video, but I recommend everybody watch the whole thing because it involves the history of the United States as well. And it clearly explains how the British Empire basically tricked and took over Canada and the United States under a corporation, under corporate law, law of the sea, maritime law. And both of our histories, Canada and the United States, the history of all of that is intertwined.
So let me explain this very quickly because I want to maybe be able to, we can clip this later and help people understand the magnitude. 2,000 years ago was Christ. 250 years ago was the birth of America. And in 3 months, we're going to have the 250th year celebration. So we have a nation that was born on a document that said, on this piece of parchment, before these 56 men signed this piece of paper, this is a declaration, a love letter to God, recognizing first and foremost, all of our rights come from God in heaven, the Father. They are unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We're permissioned with these rights. We don't have to ask for anybody for permission to live our life as free agents, sovereign individuals that are sons and daughters of God. Okay? These 56 men signed this document. It's our birth certificate. To be a nation, you have to have laws, you have to have a border, you have to have a government, and you had to have a treaty signed in order to separate from the Queen in England. Well, this document served as the lawful document stating our independence and separating from the Queen that are sons and daughters of God. Okay? These 56 men signed this document. It's our birth certificate. To be a nation, you have to have laws, you have to have a border, you have to have a government, and you had to have a treaty signed in order to separate from the Queen in England. Well, this document served as the lawful document stating our independence and separating from the Queen. But in this document, the only lawful authorities that existed in America was the Uniform Code of Military Justice, the Army, Navy, and the Marines. So why do I bring that up? In this document, the Birth Certificate of America, the Declaration of Independence, there's a little clause in it that says, but when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces to a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it's their right, we the people's right. It is also our duty to throw off such a government and to provide new guards. So, if our country was hijacked and stolen by usurpers and infiltrated by people not of American origin, and they've hijacked our government, the only way we are going to get rid of that usurping terrorist organization is through the military, because it was the military that underwrote that clause in our birth certificate that says we the people have the right to get rid of them. And the commander-in-chief is the man that would get rid of these people under that document. On my chart, that's why we're at war. We're not going to take a pew poll. We're not going to have an election. We're not going to fix the school systems and get everybody in America to vote, 51% to go to war with an invisible evil that controls the banking system. This has to be a military operation, period. How did America get stolen? First of all, after the Civil War, look, we didn't have a constitution until 11 years after we signed the Declaration of Independence. So people don't realize what we governed as a nation for 11 years under the Declaration of Independence without a constitution. So from that point forward, the enemy was at work. The enemy was trying to pervert and divide and deceive and do their legalisms and their chicanery. Okay. The Organic Act of 1871 happens after the Civil War. America's broke. People are bloodied and dead, lying all over the battlefield. We didn't have any resources. We were broken financially and morally and every other way. So here come the venture capitalist sharks from London and the city of the Vatican City. They give us a deal. They promise all the money in the world, and all that the signers of this Organic Act had to do was sell their soul to Satan. And that's in essence what they did. From that comes the District of Columbia, which was not a part of the Constitution and never was a sovereign part of America. From then, in 1913, we go from the Organic Act to the Rothschild Central Banking System, which is Federal Reserve notes, as you talked about, which was their control system with debt slavery, that they could issue money out of thin air, and it had nothing to do with gold or silver. So from 1913, and G. Edward Griffin talks about, this is nothing but a cartel. This is a demonic cartel that took over our country, started printing money, created the IRS, created the income tax, bought the politicians, bought Pharmacia, bought the Department of Education, and here we go. Everything in the corporation is owned by London and the Vatican. The central bank is their bank, and they invade our country. In 2008, when we had the big financial crisis and the market shut down and everything collapsed, people don't realize that in January of 2009, right after that 2008 financial crisis, is when the white paper on Bitcoin came out. They already had a plan for a new system because they knew their old system. So they were going to replace it with a CBD type system, a Chinese digital architecture, scare everybody, have surveillance on a scale we would have never escaped had Hillary won. but she didn't. So they have been planning for this since they put Obama in office. The military has known about it. Trump was recruited to come in. Trump came in in 08, and from in
2016,
2015.
17 technically, yeah.
So he's invited in and recruited in, and he's been in there for 3 terms now as the commander in chief, 2 terms as the quote unquote president of the corporation that is basically defunct. And he's executing a war per the authority of the Declaration of Independence to get rid of the enemy combatants that have hijacked our nation. And if people don't understand that London and the Vatican and the central bankers are no more American than the Federal Reserve is American, then they're missing the whole plot. They don't understand what's going on. Could you put this in your words and tell me where you think I'm right or wrong or missing something?
What we think we know as of Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. Tuesday, May 5th, boom, special report. Florida moves to ban geoengineering. Chemtrail bill sparks national firestorm. Florida's advancing in legislation to ban geoengineering after lab results confirm chemtrails contain toxic metals and unidentified biological organisms. Great. The bill criminalizes weather modification and has ignited a national debate. The sky war is real, and Florida has fought back. Tuesday, May 5th, California Governor Gavin Newsom was personally told about the skyrocketing 1,589% increase in hospice fraud 4 years ago. 210 active hospice agencies located within 1 mile of each other. California Department of Public Health had failed to issue a licensing process, despite having had the authority to do so since 1991. Newsom did nothing. This is why the California Attorney General's wife is trying to make citizen journalism illegal. And Monday, May 4th, Fox News. The prior dietary guidelines were driven by mercantile interests of the food industry. It was that impulse that drove Fruit Loops to the top of the food pyramid. Our new guidelines have one simple message: eat real food. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And remember, a lot of those food companies are owned by Illuminati families. Monday, May 4th, 2026, exposed. The secret tunnels under the U.S. Capitol were used by elites to traffic cash files and people. Floor panel opened on camera. Trump Tier 4B activated on Telegram. A North Carolina congressman lifted a floor panel inside the Lincoln Room of the U.S. Capitol, exposing the deep state's escape and logistics network. The hidden staircase leads into tunnels expanded over decades to shield elite operations from the public. These passages connect congressional offices, secure facilities, and underground infrastructure across Capitol Hill. They have transported people, documents, cash, and assets for the globalist agenda as President Trump restores sovereignty from the Oval Office in his second term. The exposure arrives in early May 2026, months into Trump's second term as he dismantles weaponized bureaucracies. America First inspectors general pursue audits tracing every illicit dollar and movement. Upgraded after World War II, the Cold War, and post 9/11 for government continuity. Starting as 1700s service passages, they advanced in the Civil War for sensitive work and later to intelligence bunkers. Obama and Biden eras saw heavy use for off-books operations, human trafficking pipelines, and destroying documents underground. Billions in laundered funds evaded detection via these routes. Scandals feature sudden retirements and tunnel escapes. Elites used underground paths during January 6 events. The networks supported Epstein logistics and protected blackmail systems. Trump's first term exposed ties to Russia hoax and lawfare coordination without digital trails. Globalist connections involve foreign intelligence and corporate partners. Funds from taxpayer scams flow to NGOs, weakening borders and fueling conflicts. Trump's return curbs surface grift. Leaving tunnels is the deep state's last option. Side areas include vaults for records and discrete rail exits. Heightened activity occurring during the 2020 election for material transport and post events for lawfare planning. Trump's executive orders require mapping of underground infrastructure. Loyal units inspect to end hidden elite activities and repurpose for security. This puts pressure on compromised officials as accountability approaches. Tunnels once guaranteeing safety now expose their schemes. The American people will reclaim stolen resources through Trump's restored republic. The deep state's underground empire falls under full accountability. Monday, May 4th, they're releasing the file, Mr. Pool final chapter. 12 scientists since 2022. An MIT plasma physicist shot outside his home. A NASA JPL engineer vanished mid-hike. A Caltech astrophysicist shot. One agreed to testify before Congress about secret government UFO programs. Weeks later, he was dead in his Virginia home. The FBI confirmed they're investigating. Now read what Trump said 3 days ago at the White House. We're going to be releasing a lot of things that we haven't. I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people. The Pentagon confirmed it. The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office is preparing to release never-before-seen UAP information. Anna Paulina Luna demanded the classified videos from Hegseth. His deadline passed. Nothing was produced. A senior Navy officer testified under oath that he watched a glowing object emerge from the ocean. With 3 identical craft, they vanished in seconds. J.D. Vance said it publicly, "I'm obsessed with the UFO files. Here's what they won't say on camera. The technology in those files isn't alien, it's ours, recovered, reverse engineered, and hidden for 80 years. Zero-point energy, quantum communication, anti-gravity propulsion. The same architecture that powers the QFS backbone. Men could explain how it works. Without them, the files are just footage. Strange lights, no context. No threat to the system. But Trump isn't releasing footage. He's releasing the engineering. May 17th, Jeremy Corbell's documentary drops with the classified documents from Los Alamos. The Pentagon could files survive. The truth doesn't need witnesses when it's written down.
Yeah, it's worrisome. You know, the Fed basically has become now just a giant hedge fund. It's lost $1 trillion, and counting. It's going to be a gigantic loss. What it does is borrows money at 5.4% from banks and then dumps it into government bonds. So think what that trade does. That causes the government to think that it's better off than it is. And so that encouraged the government to be short when rates were zero. So why did the government, borrow so much in T-bills? Well, because the Fed was buying the bonds and it made it look like yields were going to stay low remember the low for long phrase. So we've got these multiple problems that are going on, and it endangers the dollar. So that's the basic case.
Instead of the Fed having such large balances, wouldn't the private sector be starting businesses and risking capital and bringing returns and adding to growth? Wouldn't all that money be better if it wasn't with the Fed?
That's right. And we're depending on private equity. So as the banks get squeezed out, because they're lending so much to the Fed, it's literally a floating rate loan from banks to the Federal Reserve so it can buy government bonds. So if that were freed up, that would allow the banks to at least consider a small business loan and inventory loan, the kinds of things that help the economy grow. And this is on a global basis. It's not just the Fed. It's all the major central banks doing the same thing, meaning taking money from the economy in order to buy government bonds. We need to be clear on that. I heard the previous segment, they talk about money printing. There isn't any money printing on it. It's just money borrowing, and they pay top dollar for it. The Fed pays 5.4 to banks and 5.3 to money market funds, so to the Fidelity and Vanguard and so on.
Trump declared restoration of American Republic common law, martial law. Dissolved the U.S. Inc. Have patience, trust the plan, pray. I didn't feel good enough, but I was good enough for God. When I was at my lowest point, I asked God how he felt about me. Am I doing the right thing? Am I a failure? His answer, you're going to be okay. I have a plan for you. Don't worry. It'll work out. That offered me clarity and peace because I realized that I had been looking in all the wrong places for appreciation and fulfillment when in reality I should have been looking to him. No one has the debt of understanding. No one has the debt of love. And no one wants your success more than God does. Judy note, on Tuesday, September 30th, 2025, President Trump, as Commander-in-Chief and under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declared the restoration of the American Republic, common law sovereignty, and martial law while he dissolved the privately owned by deep state Satan-worshipping, treasonous cabal bankers Corporation US Inc. Now, a code red has sounded. The emergency broadcast system activated. 8-hour Starlink test completed. Nasara Jasara freedom from debt laws active. Quantum financial system payments live. Redemption centers open. It's the beginning of a new golden age. End of poverty, end of debt. It all goes back to Tuesday, September 30th, 2025, in Virginia. President Trump, as Commander-in-Chief and under Article 2 of the Constitution, declared the restoration of the American Republic, common law sovereignty, and martial law, while he dissolved the privately owned by deep state Satan-worshipping treasonous cabal bankers Corporation, US Inc. From that day forward, by lawful command under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, every flag officer of the United States Armed Forces, by oath and by law, was bound to obey lawful orders of Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump. All military outposts and operations abroad that were established under British Commonwealth or foreign dominion would be lawfully closed or transferred, securing America's independence in full. The U.S. was now a sovereign, constitutional republic. No more foreign rule. The era of foreign manipulation, constitutional governance, and globalist occupation was over. This declaration of authority and summons, issued and signed directly by Trump, marked the end of Admiralty law, rule, and the rebirth of the constitutional republic. Trump invoked common law sovereignty, which predated modern legal systems. Rooted in natural law and God-given rights, this placed him in legal alignment with the founding principles of America, not corporate statutes. Trump ended foreign control over U.S. military assets. Bases, operations, and agreements made under British Commonwealth rule, such as those from post-World War II arrangements, were revoked. The fraudulent structure of U.S. Inc., created to enslave America under foreign debt, admiralty courts, and endless war, was officially declared defunct. Common law was reestablished. The deep state was now legally overthrown. Sunday, May 3rd, 2026. Breaking update, President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved, common law, sovereignty returns. Soon the emergency broadcast system would bring in that martial law to protect us while Trump's global military alliance finished bringing down a Satan-worshipping deep state cabal. Nasara and Jasara laws, freedom from debt to the cabal, have been activated across the globe. It's the end of poverty, end of debt, and the beginning of a new golden age. This week, the old banking system, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and JP Morgan, was expected to collapse, with the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system taking over as stock markets crash. Tier 4B notifications to set exchange appointments would not come through a bank, but through a government-secured portals of the U.S. Treasury. Mr. Poole on X. They just built the portal and nobody noticed. 2 days ago, Trump signed an executive order creating a federal government website where 50 million Americans will register their financial accounts directly with the Treasury Department. Read that, X. On Friday, May 1st, midnight 2026, Project Odin and the emergency broadcast system final sequence was initiated. An 8-hour Starlink test. Expect controlled blackouts to shield the transition. Saturday, May 2nd, 2026. 8-hour Starlink test completed. Full national broadcast system activated. On Friday, May 1st, 2026 at midnight, there was a test of the emergency broadcast system, the greatest sting operation ever. Military units have been mobilized worldwide for a coordinated strike to destroy the globalist power structure. Global blackout and emergency broadcast system EBS activation is soon. Normal communication will cease for 10 days. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Saturday, May 2nd, when the EBS activates, the world will hear the truth. Every child trafficked, every war funded, every bioweapon developed, it will all be exposed. Trump is ready. The Patriots are ready. And nothing can stop what is coming. It's only wise to have at least a month's supply of food, water, cash, medicine, and essential items on hand for yourself, your family, and to share with others in case of an emergency. Saturday, May 2nd, 2026. Attention. Confirmed today. I just got the new mission clock and the time is running out. The last day of this world has begun. Stay alert. Watch everything. Nothing will ever be the same after tonight. Global wealth distribution based on trade and sovereignty means that every QFS account worldwide will be solely owned by the account holder, not a bank or government. Tier 4B, martial law on Telegram. And Saturday, May 2nd, the EBS test has gone off in the USA. Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Breaking news, White House Emergency Broadcast System activation scheduled for May 1st, 2026, Washington, D.C., April 28, 2026. The White House and the Department of Homeland Security announced today that a nationwide test and activation of the emergency broadcast system. Sunday, May 3rd, midnight window opening. All systems go. The Global Military Alliance sources in charge of the new gold asset-backed global quantum financial system said QFS accounts were in full sync with prosperity packages primed for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers were on standby. IQD, VND, ZIM rates were rapidly aligning. Saturday, May 2nd, 2026. Official. White Hat Military takes control of global money system. NESARA active. QFS payments live. Redemption centers open. Pray, have patience, and trust the plan.
Judy note, so many have been victimized. A prime example were the victims of man-made fires of Maui, Hawaii, who after 3 years of homelessness were now undergoing even more abuse. Friday, the 24th of April 2026, Maui, Hawaii's former chief of staff, has filed a new lawsuit against Mayor Richard Bisson and the County of Maui, alleging grant fraud, retaliation, and wrongful termination, and the tormented native Hawaiians who were still homeless and jobless from August 2023 fires were being made to pay for thousands in legal fees. It wasn't enough that apparently the deep state sent two bombs that disseminated Lahaina and other native villages on the island of Maui, Hawaii. It was highly suspected that the culprits wanted to use the very valuable land. That was the capital of the natives' kingdom of Hawaii, to build a smart city where the cabal could control the population. It wasn't enough that the fires destroyed 2,207 homes and displaced over 5,000 victims, 4,500 of whom were still homeless. With over 2,500 victims still living on the beaches 3 years later. It wasn't enough that donated money was used to build a handful of temporary homes, that the Democratic government charged high fees for victims to rent. It wasn't enough that the Democratic government funding to feed homeless victims ran out years ago. It wasn't enough that the Democratic government has only allowed 169 homes to be rebuilt, with 2,038 not rebuilt, while only 310 have been allowed to go through the permit process and 1,728 unaccounted for. It wasn't enough that the homeless natives were being refused permits to build on their own land, handed down to them from their forefathers because the Democratic government wouldn't recognize their deeds to the land. No, that wasn't enough for the democratic government. Now Maui's mayor, Richard Bisson, has been brought into court charged with grant fraud. Back in March of 2024, Bisson was tied to a grant for more than $45,000 for a company that didn't exist, and another grant of almost the same amount that went to his personal family. And now homeless Maui residents were paying thousands for lawsuits against Bisson. Maui's mayor accused of fraud cover-up. New lawsuit filed. The 30th of August. The 25th of August, 2023. Adults and children burned alive as FEMA. Maui cops blocked escape routes. August 23rd, 2023. 2,400 children missing in a wind-free. The 21st of August, 2023. Over 1,200 Hawaiian children missing. Parents believed murdered by Deep State FEMA.
Sunday, May 3rd, situation update. Boom! Judy Byington bombshell report. Restored Republic via a GCR as of May 3rd, 2020. What we thought we knew but didn't really know. And now I'm supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Saturday, May 2nd, Phase 1 complete. 11,914 clones flagged. 5,922 already gone. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. Saturday, May 2nd, 2026, Tyler Perry Studios in Atlanta, Georgia, has an exact full-size replica of the White House and was suspected to be one of the locations of the fake Biden inauguration. And Sunday, May 3rd, ancient Phoenician Canaanites worship Saturn. Khazarian Mafia fake Jews worship Saturn. Muslims worship Saturn. Freemasons worship Saturn. The Jesuits, black nobility at the Vatican, worship Saturn. EBS blackout, martial law, lockdown. Sunday, May 3rd, global emergency alert. QFS activation and EBS blackout imminent. The end is here. The old world dies tonight. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. The cabal's fiat empire, built on debt, deception, and control, is collapsing under the weight of irrefutable truth. Quantum financial system is now fully live and overriding every central bank ledger worldwide. Gold-backed, quantum-secured, incorruptible. No more manipulation, no more theft, no more hidden accounts for the elite. Emergency broadcast system activation sequence has begun. President Trump's global military alliance was in the process of arresting, which meant that Trump would use his global military alliance to activate martial law worldwide. Saturday, May 2nd. The White Hats have seized control. This week, President Trump stated, "We're going to need more popcorn this weekend." Sunday, May 3rd, global alert. QFS escalation phase level 4B, live, Wolverine. Secure live transmission from the trading floor at the Master Control Center in Reno, Zurich, Hong Kong. The global rollout of the ISO 20022 rainbow currency has now reached 97.8% synchronization across 209 sovereign treasuries. The final nodes are currently being activated. The simultaneous launch of the GCR-RV became mathematically irreversible on January 19, 2026 at 3:17 UTC. An irreversible trajectory with no possibility of return, which continues to accelerate exponentially. In the last 14 hours, more than 41,000 Level 4B private exchange pools received encrypted notification packets via secure quantum channels. Military SKR transfers were completed in the main liquidity reserves in Baghdad and Dubai. The first wave of 800 number release sequence tests were executed in 7 protected zones, with a 300% peak in biometric wallet activation overnight. Hidden information, decode this. Sovereign interest screens are now again displaying asset-based one-to-one parity spreads, exposing outdated street rates as mere shadows. Off-ledger mirror accounts were moved to the ledger in synchronized waves, leading to confirmation of the Dragon family's gold and silver-linked asset swap in Hong Kong vaults. Liquidity reserves in Zimbabwe, Hong Kong, and Moscow were flooded with new gold-backed digital certificates, with quantum entanglement security locks fully activated to prevent any form of interference. Military protected exchange hubs report that humanitarian and infrastructure project portfolios are being activated in order of priority. The verified Tier 4A settlements are complete, and the Nasara debt jubilee packages are being loaded and distributed. Saint Germain World Trust tranches are being released in tranches linked to verified project submissions. Medical bed allocation funds are being financed directly through the QFS relay without intermediaries. This is not anticipation, this is execution. The secure floor confirms the greater transfer of wealth is accelerating, while fiduciary illusions vanish under the reality of the gold standard. Sunday, May 3rd, 2026, hidden deep within America's vaults. For half a century, a sealed reserve of American gold has remained untouched, preserved for a ritual known only to a select few. Every 50 years, the U.S. Mint opens this guarded chamber to release a small portion of gold meant to mark a national turning point. Now, as the United States approaches its 250-year milestone, the tradition returns. What is created from this gold is not merely currency. It is a fragment of heritage, a symbol of a nation shaped by resilience, hope, and unbroken spirit, a quiet echo of America's journey born once every half century. We the People on Telegram. This week, the old banking system, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and JP Morgan, was expected to collapse with the QFS taking over as stock markets crash. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Tier 4B notifications to set exchange appointments will not come through a bank, but through government-secured portals of the U.S. Treasury that go live for the general public at TrumpIRA.gov on Friday, May 15, 2026. Sunday, May 3rd, boom. Scott Bessent, Trump is waging economic war on British-controlled central banks. It's happening behind the missile. Sunday, May 3rd, U.S. debt clock detonates. Dividend dollar equals freedom in your wallet. America's sovereign wealth reserve rises, while globalist banks collapse under their own. Sunday, May 3rd, boom. Shocking Senate expose. $1 trillion in taxpayer money stolen annually, funding terrorism, child trafficking. Saturday, May 2nd, breaking intel. Scare necessary event. White Hats unleashed. Military operations. New World Order. Deep State, CIA, NATO, Russia, Wagner Group. Epstein. Global collapse. Military coup. QTN on Telegram. As nations teeter on the precipice of political and military maneuvers, the world watches closely. In an era of disinformation and stealth, a pattern of global power shift emerges from the shadows. The United States deployed 7 naval fleets consisting of 180 to 350 warships across 22 time zones. The number of Marines entering key operations has surged. Over 24 African countries have shifted allegiance to Russia, forming alliances and distancing from the UN and NATO backers. Putin has declared the end of the New World Order. The Wagner Group deployed to challenge Western bases in Africa. These events connect to the deep state exposure. The recent U.S. elections were a strategic military operation to uncover corruption. Trump's executive orders against interference are now in play with military protocols. The Biden administration is viewed as operating a fallen U.S. corporation dismantled under Trump. The CIA and allied intelligence agencies have controlled governments alongside banking elites. Facing collapse, the deep state engineers global chaos. Military coups in over 30 nations, blackouts and breakdowns are anticipated. White Hat forces have plans to restore order quickly during this scare-necessary event. A coalition of White Hats, including Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, and RFK Jr. is unleashed against child trafficking. The next 10 months will bring revelations that alter history. Operations will dismantle the rings through raids and alliances. Epstein's files will expose ties to the Bidens, Ukraine, CIA, MI6, and Mossad. Evidence was secured early by special forces. Obama, Trudeau, and Hollywood figures face exposure of their secret connections and double lives. U.S. corporation is done and fallen under white hat military control. Global politicians realized they were manipulated in elections and crises. Billionaires joined the Great Awakening movement with military alliances to counter deep state plans on viruses, climate, and AI. As the storm builds, arrests and truths accelerate. This pivotal battle ends the human trafficking. What we think we know as of Monday, May 5th, 2026. Saturday, May 2nd, the Trump administration is launching a historic effort to reclaim trillions in taxpayer funds allegedly diverted by the Democratic Party. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller claims a system was established to funnel vast sums to migrants, specifically citing recent ICE reports where detained illegal aliens admitted to receiving Medicaid. According to Miller, this ongoing redistribution is part of a broader Democratic strategy to undermine and eventually overthrow the U.S. constitutional republic. Nasara Jassar on Telegram. Sunday, May 3rd, John Guandolo is a former FBI special agent and counterterrorism expert. He's warning that Islamic schools inside America are teaching Muslim students to take over America. He reveals he has curriculum from Texas schools that teaches they'll be rewarded in the afterlife. Why is it that what our leaders say about Islam is exactly opposite of what Muslims teach Muslim children about Islam in U.S. Islamic schools? I have here the most widely used tabletop book of Islamic law in North America. What it says is the purpose of Islam is to wage war against non-Muslims to establish Sharia law on earth. Right here, the 3 duties is jihad. This is a picture of a tank. Jihad, they automatically will go to paradise. We've found copies of these in Texas and multiple cities. Islam is a totalitarian system governed by real law. We're losing the war in Texas, and we're going to lose if this isn't rapidly turned around. Yeah, they worship Satan. They may not know it, but that's what they're worshiping. There's no way Sharia law is something of divine light or anything good. See how they abuse women? Sunday, May 3rd, bombshell. Trump considers pardoning Assange and Snowden.
Code Red, Starlink EBS system activated 8-hour test confirms new national communication grid. The emergency broadcast system has entered a new phase with extended test runs across the Starlink satellite network. These 8-tower operations mark the transition toward a direct communication infrastructure that bypasses traditional ground-based systems and centralized media channels. At its core, this shift represents more than just a technical upgrade. It signals the move toward a decentralized, high-speed communication network capable of delivering alerts and information directly to devices without reliance on legacy infrastructure. In economic terms, this reduces systemic vulnerability tied to outdated networks and opens the door for a more resilient national communication backbone. The previous system depended heavily on terrestrial networks, corporate media pipelines, and centralized control points. These layers created inefficiencies, delays, and exposure to both internal mismanagement and external interference. The integration of Starlink changes that structure completely. With satellite-based transmission, communication becomes faster, more secure, and significantly harder to disrupt. Low-latency connectivity ensures real-time data flow, while distributed infrastructure minimizes the risk of total system failure. This is critical not only for emergency messaging but also for financial stability, logistics coordination, and national operations. The 8-tower test cycles are designed to simulate full-scale activation scenarios. These runs validate signal strength, device compatibility, and nationwide coverage across urban and rural regions. From an operational standpoint, this ensures continuity in critical situations, including disruptions to traditional infrastructure or high-demand crisis events. The economic implications are substantial. A stable and secure communication network directly supports supply chains, transportation systems, energy coordination, and financial transactions. Any disruption in these sectors carries massive economic cost, which is why infrastructure resilience has become a top priority. Another key impact is equal access. Satellite distribution removes geographic limitations, giving rural and previously underserved areas the same level of connectivity as major urban centers. This creates a more balanced economic environment where information flow is no longer concentrated in specific regions. For industries such as agriculture, logistics, and energy, this means faster response times, better coordination, and improved efficiency. In a broader sense, it strengthens national productivity by ensuring that all sectors operate on the same communication level. The rollout also reflects a wider strategic shift toward independent infrastructure. By reducing reliance on external systems and outdated networks, the country moves toward greater operational control and long-term stability. The new order, let me explain what just happened in 72 hours. Mr. Poole, final chapter. Trump blockaded Iran's oil ports on April 13th. As of today, $4.8 billion in Iranian oil revenue gone. Over 40 tankers seized or turned away. The Strait of Hormuz is now American water. Iran begged for a deal. Trump said no, not satisfied. Iran sent a second proposal through Pakistan. Trump said no again. We might be better off without a deal. That's not negotiation. That's a man who already won and is deciding how much to take. Then he turned to Europe. Germany criticized the Iran war. Trump's response? 5,000 troops pulled out. Effective immediately. Italy criticized him. Spain criticized him. His answer, why shouldn't I leave? They criticized us. The United States just withdrew military protection from 3 NATO allies in 1 week. Nobody stopped him. Nobody could. The Senate blocked the War Powers Resolution 6 times. Congress won't challenge him. NATO won't challenge him. Iran can't challenge him. Do you understand what you're watching? This isn't a president managing a crisis. This is a man restructuring the global power hierarchy in real time. The old order, NATO, the UN, the EU, they're watching their relevance disappear by the hour. $4.8 billion seized. 3 allies punished. 1 enemy on its knees. And it's only May. The world they built after 1945 is being dismantled. Not in secret, not slowly, in broad daylight, with a smile. They told you he was dangerous. They were right. Just not for the people they claimed.
Saturday, May 2nd, woman who lives only 1.6 miles from the Meta data center in Wisconsin speaks out. She says their water system has been completely destroyed. The 17th letter on Telegram. She says there's a discharge that turns the entire river white like milk. She paid for testing and found extremely high heavy metal levels. I live on a horse farm, and I am an educator. For almost 50 years, a natural creek has flowed through my property. It's 20 feet wide, up to 4 feet deep. It has persisted through drought, flood, seasonal change. It's part of a connected system. Groundwater, tributaries, watersheds, aquifers, ultimately flowing into Beaver Dam Lake. Until construction began upstream on that data center, its behavior was stable and predictable. After construction started, all of that changed here in Beaver Dam. The creek began to stop flowing entirely without rainfall. It would abruptly return off in cloudy and opaque like milk with enough force to cause drastic erosion and damage. Water testing on my property shows elevated strontium, a very dangerous metal, and other indicators consistent with deep groundwater in. Sunday, May 3rd, the IRS building in Washington just went dark. No lights, no employees, no explanation. True Patriot voice. Tuesday morning, 7,200 IRS workers arrived at the main headquarters on Constitution Avenue. The doors were locked. Armed military police stood at every entrance. No one was allowed in. The official memo sent to employees at 8:14 a.m. Building closed for emergency infrastructure assessment. Report to remote work protocols until further notice. Infrastructure assessment with military police. Inside sources confirm that DoD forensic teams entered the building at 3 a.m. They did not come for the computers. They came for the basement, 3 sublevels that don't appear on any public blueprint. Servers that process transactions never reported to Congress. A parallel accounting system that tracked every dollar collected and every dollar diverted. The IRS collected $4.7 trillion last year. The Treasury received $4.1 trillion. The missing $600 billion went somewhere every year for decades. Now they know where. The IRS isn't being audited, it's being dismantled. The building didn't go dark because of a pipe leak. It went dark because the receipts are being extracted before they can be destroyed. Code IRS dark, $600 billion missing. Basement breach, dismantle active. They taxed you to fund their empire. The empire just lost its revenue stream.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, by Monday, May 4, 2026, Trump's white hat military forces had seized full operational command of the global financial system, and released trillions across 209 now sovereign nations, with funds flowing into redemption accounts and sovereign treasuries right now. The Federal Reserve, along with central banks across the globe, have been stripped of power. No more money manipulation, usury, hidden taxation and globalist control that has funded endless wars and bureaucratic empires. America's 250th anniversary on July 4, 2026 would mark a public unveiling of activation of NISARA/JSARA laws that were dismantling the old debt system, canceling illegitimate debt, abolishing income tax on wages, and returning seized wealth worldwide. The CIA program, eventually known as MKUltra, consisted of 149 sub-projects, plus another 33 closely related programs. There were 80 participating U.S. and Canadian institutions, including 44 colleges and universities. All were, and it is suspected were presently, funded by U.S. taxpayers through a CIA black budget. 11 years later, in 1964, CIA Director Richard Helms claimed he shut down the program. Survivor respondents to the 2007 Extreme Abuse Survey disagreed. There were 257 who said secret government-sponsored mind control experiments were performed on them. Many were born after 1964. What happened in 1964 was a successful lawsuit by mind control survivor Linda McDonald, which influenced congressional inquiries to supposedly end MKUltra. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Area 51 just lit up. Right after talk of UFO file releases, 17 earthquakes occurred in less than 24 hours in areas surrounding Area 51 in Nevada, from Utah to California's Pacific Ocean. Was it natural activity, or activity underground? Twos. May 5, 2026. On alien disclosure to the citizens of the USA and surrounding continents, what you are about to learn will not only shock you, but will change your entire life as you know it forever. Please do not panic. U.S. Space Force, Galactic Federation, SpaceX 2s. May 5, 2026. Hillary Clinton committed textbook treason and even paid $25,000 for the fabricated Steele dossier through the FBI. The Steele dossier was produced on behalf of the DNC and the Clinton campaign by former British intelligence officer, Christopher Steele, Edward Snowden on Telegram 2s. May 5, 2026. Hillary Clinton's campaign manager John Podesta was put in charge of a $375 billion slush fund disguised to help the environment, which was giving millions of dollars to NGOs that were founded only months earlier. These NGOs were allegedly laundering money and funding the far left's radical agendas and color revolution against conservatives in the United States itself. Edward Snowden on Telegram 2s. May 5, 2026. D2s. May 5, 2026, Decoding the Imminent EBS, Military and Training for Implementation of the Emergency Broadcast System, Mr. Poole on Telegram. In an era of looming crises, the nation's guardians prepare rigorously for the emergency broadcast system implementation. Military forces train intensely behind closed doors for this mission of immense importance that will deliver truth to the people. The EBS acts as a vital lifeline for communication and coordination in emergencies. It empowers decisive responses to threats both natural and man-made. As 2026 unfolds with heightened tensions, these preparations indicate that the time for revelations draws near. This is no ordinary drill but a dress rehearsal for unveiling hidden truths from decades past. Extensive testing ensures precision to handle national and global implications safely. Citizens will remain secure in their homes to witness the historic broadcasts. Sources confirm the schedule has solidified, with exact timing known only to a few for security. The EBS will transmit an 8-hour program replayed 3 times daily across 10 days of communication darkness. 7 trumpet alerts will notify phones to tune in. Phones will limit to 911 calls in the encrypted Signal app. Internet and ATM cease operation during this window. Afterward, connection shifts to a new quantum internet. The Starlink system arrives by month end. Patriots must stock 3 weeks of food, water, and supplies like generators and toilet paper. Teams finalize EBS security to prevent interference and panic during the truth release. Following the blackout and continuous broadcasts, old systems collapse. Life support for evil structures ends as Earth moves to quantum consciousness of peace and prosperity. Governments, finance, education, and commerce transform. The new gold-backed USM currency ends enslavement. Linked to Jazara and Nizra, white hats battle the deep state cabal of elites controlling world banks and media. Families such as Rothschild and Rockefellers, with secret societies, stand accused of manipulating events including the Titanic, Kennedy assassination, September 11th, and election interference against Trump. Trump and military allies press forward to dismantle this network. The EBS marks the climax in this war for freedom. Alert loved ones despite skepticism to ease the shock of awakening. The truth liberates humanity. Remain prepared and vigilant in the days ahead as these monumental changes approach. E-Global Currency Reset, twos. May 5, 2026 EBS activation underway, already live in Washington, D.C. and Vatican City. The screens lit up with undeniable proof, elite arrests streaming live, cabal secrets exposed for all to see. In the next 48 hours, the wave hits every nation. 48 hours, EBS will speak to the world. Twos. May 5, 2026 The White House signaled that the time has come. Sometime in the next 2 days a blackout and lockdown will be global in all countries of the world. It will last 10 to 12 days when everyone will be asked to stay at home during a specific 5-hour window. Twos. May 5, 2026 Bruce, the big call. On Monday 4th of May we started moving into the gold standard, which would be completed by Thursday 7th of May. On Monday 4th of May the military took over full control of the global financial system. The highest sources in the banking world said Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, should get notification by Monday 11 or 2s. May 12, 2026. The new PM of Iraq should be seated by Monday, May 11, 2026, which would put Tier 4B notification into Monday 11th of May, 2s. 12th of May, Wednesday 13th of May or Thursday May 14, 2026. XRP, crypto coins, go live on the global financial system on 2s. May 12, 2026. 50 countries have sealed their borders so other currencies won't come into their country. For people to get their Jazara funds they have to go back to their own country. The EBS could start at any time from now until next Monday, May 11, 2026 and would be utilized for disclosure of what happened with JFK, RFK, MLK Jr., UFOs, unidentified aerial phenomena, unidentified submersible objects, 9/11, Epstein files and the Catholic Church. Disclosure would continue for 10 to 12 days using takeover of all broadcasting, TV, radio, Internet. New currency rates should be on the screens by Monday, May 11, 2026. F2s. May 5, 2026. The QFS is a system created by the Earth Confederation and our stellar brothers. Every person around the globe has a QFS account. All people worldwide already have their QFS account set up. It contains all their personal data and their DNA. You do not have to buy any gold products, or have foreign currency or ZIM to exchange/redeem in order to have a QFS account. It has already been set up for you. Personal bank accounts are already mirrored into everyone's QFS accounts. The money from your birth certificate is already deposited in that account, as well as the repayment of the loans you have requested, student loans, mortgages, etc. Once those who have invested in gold products, or exchanged currency or redeemed bond bonuses, the general public will be called to a redemption center where they will be given a QFS card and have access to their money. At some point everyone will need to sign a non-disclosure agreement and will not be able to say anything about their QFS account setup. Judy note, We have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in a global financial system. 2s. May 5, 2026, bombshell announcement, Trump's dollar, signature, gold, and power for the American people. No more fiat, no more lies, game over for the globalists. 2s. May 5, 2026, Trump's $150 trillion bombshell, 161-year-old global trust fund exposed, the hidden engine behind the final reset. G2s. May 5, 2026, not all banks are the same. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Since 1934 there have been two banking systems, 1, for-profit banks, FDIC, who put shareholders first, and 2, credit unions, NCUA, who put people first. Some banks aren't fighting crypto, they're building it. Credit unions and community banks are quietly preparing to issue compliant stablecoins, move on to ISO-aligned blockchain rails, integrate DeFi inside banking apps, scale adoption without breaking the system. Meanwhile, exchanges are trying to become banks, not replace them. Replacing banks with exchanges isn't decentralization. Understanding the difference is how you see the future coming. ISO 20022 equals the language, Tier 4B equals the awareness window. The shift isn't loud. It's structural. Know what you hold. Know who's building. H. What we think we know as of Wednesday, May 5, 2026, 2s. May 5, 2026, breaking. What Edward Snowden just exposed is terrifying, and should concern us all. 2s. May 5, 2026, breaking. DeSantis signs new congressional maps into law, GOP set to gain 4 seats as 2s. 5 redistricting war explodes nationwide. 2s. May 5, 2026, RFK just said it, the conspiracy theorists were right all along, about everything. Unreal. Boom. 2s. May 5, 2026, bombshell. Update 2026, DECLAs, indictments, arrests, and executions, unraveling the deep state agenda, we have it all Q. I2s. May 5, 2026, alert. Alert. Alert, reality is not what you think. More than 200,000 actors, doubles, and stand-ins are allegedly being used to maintain a controlled version of reality. CGI, AI, hyper-realistic masks, and voice replication have reached a level where the line between real and fake is almost gone. This is no longer just Hollywood. This is everywhere. The illusion system from politics to entertainment, everything you see can be replicated. Faces can be copied. Voices can be cloned. Movements can be mimicked perfectly. Public figures may not always be who you think they are. The purpose, according to these claims, this system exists to control the narrative, maintain appearances, protect key individuals, avoid disruption. A perfectly managed stage where nothing is left to chance. The technology, AI and CGI are now so advanced that full appearances, speeches, and events can be recreated with precision. At this level, reality itself becomes editable. J2s. May 5, 2026 official. White Hat military takes control of global money system, NISA active, QFS payments live, redemption centers open, trillions released, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. White Hat military forces have seized full operational command of the global financial redemption. They direct the release of trillions in asset-backed funds across 209 nations, dismantling the old fiat debt system and installing the quantum financial system as the unbreakable backbone of sovereign economies. This process strips power from central banks that bled American citizens for generations. The QFS operates on quantum-secured ledgers that reject manipulation, usury, and hidden taxation. Every redemption transaction traces in real time, shielding patriots and everyday workers from the theft that funded endless wars and bureaucratic empires. President Trump's team coordinates this with military precision. Secure channels routed the final triggers, bypassing compromised institutions to deliver immediate liquidity to aligned nations. America's 250th anniversary on July 4, 2026, marks the public unveiling. Trump prepares a declaration that restores constitutional money and ends the private Federal Reserve stranglehold. This date delivers the decisive blow against globalist control and returns economic sovereignty to the people who built this republic. NESARA activates the framework that cancels illegitimate debt, abolishes the income tax on wages, and returns seized wealth to American families. JASARA extends the same protections worldwide. White hats have released initial tranches with funds flowing into redemption accounts and sovereign treasuries right now. The old system collapses under its own weight while the new one stands operational and defended by military assets. Trump's preparations tie directly into this reset through public events celebrating restored freedom alongside tangible prosperity. The deep state can no longer suppress this transition via controlled media and financial gatekeepers. Military oversight ensures American citizens receive priority protection while the bureaucracy that enriched itself at their expense is starved. This fulfills the America First mandate. Sovereignty returns to the people. Citizens reclaim control over their labor, land, and future. The global currency reset completes under white hat direction, and July 4, 2026, will etch this victory into history. The countdown has begun. In 24 hours the White House was expected to trigger the emergency broadcast system, or not. At any rate, it was coming soon. This was not the end, it was a new beginning. After the 10 days of darkness, the world would never be the same. New republic, new economy, new legal system, new health system, new political system and new education system. President Trump has declared the restoration of the American Republic and dissolved U.S. Incorporated, returning the sovereignty of common law. In a historic move, President Donald J. Trump has invoked his authority under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. He has declared U.S. Incorporated dissolved and restored America as a sovereign constitutional republic under common law. The era of foreign-controlled corporate rule, globalist occupation, and admiralty law is over. Patriots know this represents the dismantling of the very system that has enslaved the country through debt and deception for generations. Monday, May 4, 2026, breaking update. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. The Declaration of Authority and Summons, issued and signed by Trump, is legal, binding, and active. It marks the rebirth of the republic the patriots have long fought to restore. This is the fulfillment of what many have prayed and worked toward in silence. President Trump has reasserted command over the military. Under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, all flag officers are bound to obey the lawful orders of the Commander-in-Chief. This bypasses corrupt channels and directly realigns the armed forces with true constitutional principles. Drawing on sovereign rights under common law, rooted in natural law and God-given rights, Trump returns the nation to its founding principles beyond corporate statutes. This shift empowers the people and removes the legal fictions that allowed external control. All flag officers are summoned to assemble in Virginia on October 25, 2026. This assembly in the Republic's birthplace reaffirms allegiance and restores military unity under constitutional authority, away from deep state influence. It is a key step in securing the future of the nation. Trump has directed the closure or transfer of military outposts abroad tied to British Commonwealth contracts. This ends foreign control and resets U.S. military operations to serve American interests exclusively. The order upholds the President's duty to the Constitution and the people. Officers and servants must choose the Republic or face treason consequences for failing to honor their oaths. The U.S. Incorporated fraud, built on debt, slavery and endless wars, is defunct. Common law is re-established. The military realigns with Trump. The deep state is legally overthrown at last. This is the moment of victory for patriots. The Republic returns, sovereign and free once more. America stands independent under true constitutional rule, bringing hope and renewal to all who love this country. The old word of Satan worshipping, child-sacrificing foreign bankers was disappearing as their fiat Federal Reserve US dollar died. They just hadn't had the funeral yet, though. Trump had scheduled it for Friday, May 15, 2026. To commemorate the beginning of a golden age, Rolling Worldwide Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, broadcasts were set to begin at midnight Saturday, May 16, 2026, followed by 10 to 12 days of blackout and temporary martial law while Trump's global military alliance made mass arrests of more Satan-worshipping pedophiles. Expect a worldwide financial crash, fiat US dollar, banks closing, ATMs not working. It's advised to take money out of your failing bank before the bank freezes your account. With Nizara/Jazara full activation, the Great Debt Wipeout has begun. One of the cabal's biggest banks was gone. Doors were sealed at midnight, assets frozen, executives vanished into military custody. No statement. No explanation. Just silence. Underground vaults have been breached with trillions in hidden gold and securities seized from the Rothschild-Rockefeller networks. Q martial law on Telegram Monday, May 4, 2026. Monday, May 4, 2026. White hats, gray hats, black hats. We wear them all. We are here, we are there, we are everywhere. We hear and see everything. Soldiers of light. They tried to push us into the darkness of the New World Order. They were countered on every move. Nothing can stop what is coming. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. A. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Monday, May 4, 2026. An Obama-era CIA analyst, with the help of USAID, wrote the memo that led to Trump's impeachment, which was entirely based on hearsay. Instead of USAID helping other countries with taxpayer dollars, they were being used to go after President Trump and destroy our own country. Monday, May 4, 2026. Oprah, Kimmel and Biden doubles have been extracted from Gitmo. Thousands of elite replicants have been unmasked in underground labs funded by federal corruption. Monday, May 4, 2026. A North Carolina congressman lifted a floor panel inside the Lincoln Room of the U.S. Capitol, exposing the deep state's escape and logistics network. The hidden staircase leads into tunnels expanded over decades to shield elite operations from the public. These passages connect congressional offices, secure facilities, and underground infrastructure across Capitol Hill. They have transported people, documents, cash, and assets for the globalist agenda as President Trump restores sovereignty from the Oval Office in his second term. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. See Monday, May 4, 2026. The Earth Alliance has been working in silence for years, building the foundation for this moment. Martial law on Telegram. Elon Musk's Starlink has been commandeered for this very purpose. The cover stories about global internet. Just smoke and mirrors. The real mission has always been about overthrowing the deep state. The EBS will hit in phases, so whether your phone goes off slightly earlier or later, ID doesn't matter, it is coming. The alert is unstoppable. Once the signal hits your phone, the next phase begins. The Earth Alliance will broadcast directly to the people, led by Trump and key military leaders, cutting through the lies and exposing the truth about mass arrests, the takedown of the deep state, and the crumbling of the corrupt financial system. Human trafficking rings, manipulation of global conflicts, engineered disasters, it all comes out. The broadcast will expose FEMA, the FBI, and other agencies, showing how they've been turned against the people to maintain control. This is the reckoning. Expect this broadcast to last up to 10 days. During this time, there will be no internet, no TV, no mainstream news. Only the EBS will provide updates on the arrests, military actions, and the destruction of the old financial system. Global Currency Reset, D. Monday, April 4, 2026, official. White Hat military takes control of global money system, Nizara active, QFS payments live, redemption centers open, trillions released, J.D. Vance on Telegram. White Hat military forces have seized full operational command of the global financial redemption. They direct the release of trillions in asset-backed funds across 209 nations, dismantling the old fiat debt system and installing the quantum financial system as the unbreakable backbone of sovereign economies. This process strips power from central banks that bled American citizens for generations. The QFS operates on quantum-secured ledgers that reject manipulation, usury, and hidden taxation. Every redemption transaction traces in real time, shielding patriots and everyday workers from the theft that funded endless wars and bureaucratic empires. President Trump's team coordinates this with military precision. Secure channels routed the final triggers, bypassing compromised institutions to deliver immediate liquidity to aligned nations. America's 250th anniversary on July 4, 2026, marks the public unveiling. Trump prepares a declaration that restores constitutional money and ends the private Federal Reserve stranglehold. This date delivers the decisive blow against globalist control and returns economic sovereignty to the people who built this republic. NISA activates the framework that cancels illegitimate debt, abolishes the income tax on wages, and returns seized wealth to American families. JSRA extends the same protections worldwide. White hats have released initial tranches with funds flowing into redemption accounts and sovereign treasuries right now. The old system collapses under its own weight while the new one stands operational and defended by military assets. Trump's preparations tie directly into this reset through public events celebrating restored freedom alongside tangible prosperity. The deep state can no longer suppress this transition via controlled media and financial gatekeepers. Military oversight ensures American citizens receive priority protection while the bureaucracy that enriched itself, this fulfills the America First mandate. Sovereignty returns to the people. Citizens reclaim control over their labor, land, and future. The global currency reset completes under white hat direction, and July 4, 2026, will etch this victory into history. Restored Republic. Monday, May 4, 2026 Project Freedom begins. Freedom Active/QFS Gold/ Tier 4B72H. Trump posted one sentence on Truth Social that shook every intelligence agency on Earth. The United States will guide ships from neutral and innocent countries out of the Strait of Hormuz, starting Monday, May 4, 2026. 65 days. That's how long Iran held the world's most critical waterway hostage. 40% of global oil passes through Hormuz. Hundreds of ships trapped. Crews starving. 2 vessels hit by projectiles this week. Iran called it a ceasefire violation. Trump didn't respond. He named it Project Freedom. Here's what CNN won't tell you: there are 3 vessels in that strait that don't carry oil. They carry physical gold bullion, $38 billion worth, transferred from Saudi Arabia and the UAE to the U.S. Treasury under a classified agreement signed in March. That gold is not for Fort Knox. It's for the QFS reserve ledger. The quantum financial system cannot activate without verified physical backing. Digital currency without gold is just another fiat scam. Trump knows this. The Saudis know this. Iran didn't block Hormuz to fight America. Iran blocked Hormuz because someone told them what was on those ships. Think about it. 65 days of blockade. The entire global economy strangled. Oil at record highs. And Trump waited. Patiently. Until the Navy was in position. Until the escort route was secured. Until every submarine in the Fifth Fleet was between those ships and the Iranian coast. Tomorrow morning, those ships move. When the gold arrives at the U.S. Treasury, the QFS ledger locks. Tier 4B notifications begin within 72 hours of confirmation. This was never about oil. This was never about Iran. This was about moving the gold that backs your wealth from one side of the world to the other, under military escort. May 5th. Watch the ships. Watch the markets. Watch your inbox. Constitutional Republic of Canada, the only way to Canadian sovereignty. No referendum required. Canada and the 1932 Westminster Statute. Government of Canada, Canada. The Illusion Clip 5, Statute of Westminster, 1931. Monday, May 4, 2026. The following was news from a country that's not a real country since the British Empire took total control of all its slave citizens since day one. That country is still called to this very day, Canada. Pete M. Here's 2 documentaries supporting this and you will understand the why. Saint Jean-sur-Richelieu, training of Ukrainian officers, members of the Nazi Azov Brigade. Scott Taylor, Esprit de Corps, Canadian Army. Here is a proof, among many others, that we are being led by Nazis, Zionists, and members of so-called secret societies throughout Canada, and this has been the case since the very beginning of this fake country that's still called Canada. It's no surprise that the Canadian Army has never served any Canadian since Canada's first existence, but only the British Nazi Zionist Empire and its evil interests. Last Wednesday, the Ottawa Citizen ran the headline, "Officer from Neo-Nazi-linked Ukrainian unit received military training in Canada." Sources say Defense Minister David McGuinty was unaware the Azov Brigade soldier had been invited to RMC Saint-Jean. While admittedly a bit sensationalist, this headline revelation wasn't quite as surprising as it should have been. According to the Citizen's story, a non-commissioned officer from the notorious Azov Brigade of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, UAF, recently completed a leadership course at the Royal Military College Saint-Jean in Quebec. Those familiar with the operational duties of the Canadian Armed Forces will know that Canada has been training the WAF since 2016 as part of NATO's Operation Reassurance. This training took place in Ukraine until the Russian invasion in February 2022, at which point the Canadian instructors were withdrawn. After a brief suspension, Canadian UFA training resumed, but in the United Kingdom and Poland. This mission continues to this day, and to date, Canada has trained some 30,000 WAF soldiers. It's therefore not surprising that Canadians are training Ukrainians. What makes this story noteworthy is that the Ukrainian attending the 3-week leadership course in Quebec is a member of the Azov Brigade. This unit was founded as a militia in 2014 following the Maidan uprising in Kiev and the subsequent separatist clashes in the Donbas region of eastern Ukraine. Its core element was the football fans of the city of Mariupol, which straddles the Sea of Azov, hence its name. Azov was first a battalion, then a regiment, and now it's a brigade. From the outset, Azov has been considered a neo-Nazi organization with a fanatical nationalist ideology. International news outlets have reported warning signs such as Azov symbols rooted in actual Nazi imagery from World War II. A number of Azov members openly displayed swastikas. Although Azov was officially incorporated into the Ukrainian National Guard on date, it remains an autonomous and independent unit. In 2018, in response to the notorious unit's well-publicized neo-Nazi ties, the U.S. Congress prohibited the transfer of any funding, weapons, or training to the Azov Battalion. In 2017, the Canadian Joint Task Force in Ukraine produced its own assessment of the Azov Battalion, acknowledging its adherence to Nazi ideology. Several Azov members described themselves as Nazis, Canadian officers warned in a briefing note later obtained by the Ottawa Citizen. Nevertheless, in June 2018, a Canadian colonel and diplomats met with members of the Azov Battalion. Naturally, the Azov Battalion posted images of the meeting on its social media pages and stated, "Canadians express hope for more fruitful cooperation." This event went unreported until November 2021, when the Ottawa Citizen ran the headline, "Canadian officials who met with Ukrainian unit linked to neo-Nazis feared being exposed by news media documents." So, meeting with known Nazis was acceptable as long as the media didn't find out. I get it. Once the story broke, the Department of National Defence issued a very clear statement. It read, "The Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces strongly oppose the glorification of Nazism and all forms of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, intolerance, and extremism. Our official position remains that we do not and will not provide support to Azov and affiliated entities." For many observers, Azov's tenacity on the battlefield has somehow atoned for the fundamental fact that, at their core, they are still neo-Nazis. The Canadian Armed Forces, however, have not relinquished their resolve. In March 2022, Lieutenant Colonel Andrei Solom noted in an email that questions about Canada's ties to Azov have been troubling us for years. It is true that Azov has been brought into the NGU, National Guard of Ukraine, but we do not train them because they are fanatics and we do not share their values, Solom added. Solom's comments were reported in 2024 by the online investigative publication The Maple, which obtained the documents through an access to information request. For his part, the Minister of National Defence, David McGuinty, told the Ottawa Citizen, "At no point did Canada's mandate include training members of the Azov Battalion. We have strengthened our policy to prevent any recurrence and remain firmly opposed to Nazism, racism, and all forms of extremism, while promoting human rights and the rule of law in all international engagements." This statement reeks of Orwellian logic, where categorical official denials contradict what is actually happening. We just trained a member of Azov. The Ukrainians sent a member of Azov to Canada, and given the lack of consequences, they will likely do it again. Kudos to those soldiers who blew their whistles and who will now probably face an investigation for disloyalty to the CAF for embarrassing the institution with its own hypocrisy. Ask yourself who's really running Canada at this time in the province of Quebec, since there are 2 levels of government in this province alone. Guru Information and Intel, Royal House of We the People, H. Monday, May 4, 2026 Bombshell, Trump considers pardoning Assange and Snowden, the deep state's worst nightmare just got real, 107, JFK Jr., on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump is reportedly considering full pardons for Julian Assange and Edward Snowden. High-level sources suggest he may bring these truth-tellers into U.S. intelligence roles to help dismantle the deep state from within. This bold move threatens to shake Washington to its core. A senior Trump official, speaking off the record, called these men heroes who exposed the truth when no one else dared. The official noted that they may finally be coming home to serve the nation once more. According to sources, Trump may appoint both as senior intelligence analysts tasked with exposing corrupt networks that have controlled America's institutions for decades. Tulsi Gabbard, a fierce opponent of mass surveillance and government lies, is said to be leading parts of this historic intelligence reform. Julian Assange revealed war crimes, regime change operations, and the true face of the military-industrial complex. Edward Snowden exposed illegal NSA mass surveillance programs targeting U.S. citizens. Their only offense was shining light on government misconduct. They endured exile, harsh conditions, and isolation under the Obama-Biden administration. That era saw privacy sold to big tech and endless wars built on deception. Tables are turning with President Trump in charge. Pardons combined with new roles inside intelligence would turn the tables dramatically on entrenched powers. With Gabbard's leadership, this marks a rebellion within the system itself. Truth is taking charge at last. The Obama administration pursued cases against them to protect secrets rather than the people. Real criminals within the intel community never faced justice. Now under Trump, the hammer is coming down. Trump's America First agenda restores privacy, freedom, and the right to know government actions. By bringing in Assange and Snowden, he is empowering them to fight tyranny directly in the heart of the system. The deep state is already panicking. Expect media hit pieces and leaks from agencies as they fear the collapse of their frauds and lies. This may be one of Trump's boldest moves yet. It delivers justice and strikes against the surveillance state and betrayals by corrupt networks that have long undermined the republic. The hammer of justice is about to come down hard on the deep state. Satanist leader Michael Aquino. From 1969 to 1990, Michael Aquino was lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserves and was a psychological warfare specialist. He also worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, as a program analyst. Most importantly, Aquino was a self-proclaimed Satanist who was serving in the U.S. military. Aquino worked together with Anton LaVey, who is one of the founders of the Church of Satan itself. He later started his own satanic church, known as the Temple of Set. 1987, August 14. As part of the Presidio investigation, a search warrant was served on the residence of Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino and his wife Lilith, and numerous videotapes, photographs, photo albums, photographic negatives, cassette tapes, and address books were confiscated. Also observed during the search was what appeared to be a soundproof room that may have been used as a torture chamber. What we think we know as of Tues. May 5, 2026, Tues. May 5, 2026. Boom, special report, Florida moves to ban geoengineering, chemtrail bill sparks national firestorm. Florida is advancing legislation to ban geoengineering after lab results confirm chemtrails contain toxic metals and unidentified biological organisms. The bill criminalizes weather modification and has ignited a national debate. The sky war is real, and Florida has fought back. Monday, May 4, 2026. The prior dietary guidelines were driven by mercantile interests of the food industry. It was that impulse that drove Fruit Loops to the top of the food pyramid. Our new guidelines have one simple message: eat real food. Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Monday, May 4, 2026. Birth certificate bombshell. Birth certificate equals slave contract. The CUSP code scam exposed. Most Americans view the birth certificate as a harmless record of birth. Yet it functions as a debt instrument that enslaves individuals into a corporate system. The U.S. territorial government turns newborns into assets using CUSP bonds, secret trusts, and fraudulent jurisdiction. At birth registration, officials create a legal fiction with the name in all capital letters. Assigned a CUSP number, this entity becomes a tradable bond on global markets. The living person unknowingly serves as collateral for massive government debt, with labor and future earnings pledged to foreign creditors. Operating as a foreign services corporation, the territorial government presumes consent through birth registration. It classifies Americans as U.S. citizens under commercial law rather than sovereign nationals under the original Constitution. The all-caps name subjects them to admiralty jurisdiction, stripping unalienable rights. The 14th Amendment solidifies this trap by redefining citizenship for the corporate fiction, presuming criminal status under the 13th Amendment's exceptions. Courts administer commercial trusts instead of protecting the people with true constitutional due process. These birth certificates are deposited with the IMF and similar entities, generating letters of credit in the individual's name. This hijacked credit funds the system while citizens bear endless taxes, fees, and liabilities created from their own monetized existence. To reclaim freedom, patriots recover their trade name to the land and soil jurisdiction of their birth state. By filing proper deeds of reconveyance, they separate the living name from the foreign trust, restoring common law status and cancelling presumptions of debt and jurisdiction. This global fraud involves the British Crown, papal trust systems, bar associations, and elements within the military that have upheld the corporate overlay. The Trump administration received briefings on these matters as part of exposing deep state mechanisms. The deception continues with every new registration. Patriots aware of the truth must act to correct the records and awaken others. Reclaiming sovereignty breaks the chains of this paper-based slavery and advances the restoration of the American Republic. Monday, May 4, 2026 bombshell, clone factories raided, martial law on Telegram, Oprah, Kimmel, Biden doubles extracted from Gitmo, thousands of elite replicants unmasked in underground labs, funded by Fed corruption. Archbishop Vigano's ex-gom, deep church elites erased for hellish scandals, Vatican vaults breached. Antichrist plans spilled. Tribunals go live, Nuremberg 2.0 streams executions of traitors. Monday, May 4, 2026 exposed. The secret tunnels under the U.S. Capitol were used by elites to traffic cash, files and people, floor panel opened on camera, Trump Terra 4B activated on Telegram. A North Carolina congressman lifted a floor panel inside the Lincoln Room of the U.S. Capitol, exposing the deep state's escape and logistics network. The hidden staircase leads into tunnels expanded over decades to shield elite operations from the public. These passages connect congressional offices, secure facilities, and underground infrastructure across Capitol Hill. They have transported people, documents, cash, and assets for the globalist agenda as President Trump restores sovereignty from the Oval Office in his second term. The exposure arrives in early May 2026, months into Trump's second term as he dismantles weaponized bureaucracies. America First inspectors general pursue audits tracing every illicit dollar and movement. Insiders link the tunnels to larger systems from the 19th century, upgraded after World War II, the Cold War, and post-9/11 for government continuity. Starting as 1700 service passages, they advanced in the Civil War for sensitive work and later to intelligence bunkers. Obama and Biden eras saw heavy use for off-books operations, human trafficking pipelines, and destroying documents underground. Billions in laundered funds evaded detection via these routes. Scandals feature sudden retirements and tunnel escapes. Elites used underground paths during January 6 events. The network supported Epstein logistics and protected blackmail systems. Trump's first term exposed ties to Russia hoax and lawfare coordination without digital trails. Globalist connections involve foreign intelligence and corporate partners. Funds from taxpayer scams flow to NGOs, weakening borders and fueling conflicts. Trump's return curbed surface grift, leaving tunnels as the deep state's last option. Side areas include vaults for records and discrete rail exits. Heightened activity occurred during the 2020 election for material transport and post-events for lawfare planning. Trump's executive orders require mapping of underground infrastructure. Loyal units inspect to and hidden elite activities and repurpose for security. This puts pressure on compromised officials as accountability approaches. Tunnels once guaranteeing safety now expose their schemes. The American people will reclaim stolen resources through Trump's restored republic. The deep state's underground empire falls under full accountability. Monday, May 4, 2026 they're releasing the files. But they're killing the people. WHO can explain them, Mr. Poole final chapter. 12 scientists dead or missing since 2022. An MIT plasma physicist, shot outside his home. A NASA JPL engineer, vanished mid-hike. A Caltech astrophysicist, shot. One agreed to testify before Congress about secret government UFO programs. Weeks later, he was dead in his Virginia home. The FBI confirmed they're investigating. A Caltech astrophysicist, shot. One agreed to testify before Congress about secret government UFO programs. Weeks later, He was dead in his Virginia home. The FBI confirmed they're investigating. Now read what Trump said 3 days ago at the White House. "We are going to be releasing a lot of things that we haven't. I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people." The Pentagon confirmed it. The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office is preparing to release never-before-seen unidentified aerial phenomenon information. Anna Paulina Luna demanded the classified videos from Hegseth. His deadline passed. Nothing was produced. A senior Navy officer testified under oath that he watched a glowing object emerge from the ocean off California and link with 3 identical craft. "They vanished in seconds." J.D. Vance said it publicly, "I'm obsessed with the UFO files." Here's what they won't say on camera: the technology in those files isn't alien. It's ours. Recovered, reverse engineered, and hidden for 80 years. Zero-point energy. Quantum communication. Anti-gravity propulsion. The same architecture that powers the QFS backbone. Without them, the files are just footage. Strange lights. No context. No threat to the system. But Trump isn't releasing footage. He's releasing the engineering. May 17, Jeremy Corbell's documentary drops with the classified documents from Los Alamos. The Pentagon couldn't stop it. The scientists are dead. But their file survived. The truth doesn't need witnesses when it's written down. Monday, May 4, 2026. C-SPAN. Holy smokes, Representative Tim Burchett just ripped the mask off Washington's insider trading machine. He says D.C. isn't just a swamp. It's a sewer where career politicians get rich while taxpayers get drained. Everybody wants to knock Pelosi. She's not even in the top 10. If Pelosi isn't even top 10, how deep does this go? Congress should not be a personal stock market for politicians. Ban congressional stock trading. Audit the worst offenders. Expose the whole sewer. Monday, May 4, 2026. John Podesta was put in charge of a $375 billion slush fund disguised to help the environment, which was giving millions of dollars to NGOs that were founded only months earlier. Pastor Bob Joyce, Elvis, on Telegram. These NGOs were allegedly laundering money and funding the far left's radical agendas and color revolution against conservatives in the United States itself. Our Monday, May 4, 2026. Boom. Fedgate 2026, $1 trillion Fed scam exposed. Insider drops bombshell. Federal Reserve is just a giant hedge fund now. Mr. Poole on Telegram. A former World Bank insider has exposed the Federal Reserve is no longer a true central bank but a trillion-dollar hedge fund bleeding massive losses. These losses surpass $1 trillion and continue mounting, as the institution rigs public finances and stifles real economic growth for American patriots. This elite scam operates in broad daylight, confirming deep state manipulation that Trump supporters and Q researchers have warned about for years. The insider reveals the Federal Reserve now functions as a giant hedge fund prioritizing financial elites while deceiving the public. Its balance sheet has become a tool that drains capital from the productive economy rather than supporting it. Borrowing funds at 5.4% from banks to purchase government bonds creates a false picture of fiscal health. This allows unchecked government overspending by maintaining the illusion that public finances are stable. The approach previously encouraged heavy short-term debt loading under false low-rate assumptions, now threatening the dollar's stability as rates rise. Capital needed for private sector businesses, innovation, and true growth is instead parked at the Federal Reserve. Banks secure 5.4% returns lending to the Fed, which buys more government debt, diverting resources from Main Street to prop up Wall Street. Major central banks worldwide execute the same strategy in a global coordinated effort. They pull money from real economies to buy bonds and sustain illusions rather than printing money outright. Expensive borrowing maintains their control mechanisms. The insider closely monitors unrealized losses and offers ongoing updates. He plans to publicly announce his complete market exit, noting that many will wish they followed his guidance sooner. This is deliberate sabotage by elites, not legitimate policy. The Federal Reserve operates as a hedge fund with special privileges, delivering profits to connected banks while the American people suffer economic enslavement and lost opportunities. Patriots understand this Fedgate exposure is vital in the fight against globalist control. Sharing this critical information accelerates the awakening and supports efforts to reclaim financial sovereignty for we the people.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So we're having a lot of chaos out there. lovely, lovely rain behind me, right? We get some good rain. It's supposed to snow tonight. So mid-April, or now we're in May. So yeah, it's crazy. So we're experiencing some very interesting things out there as far as like cities, blue cities, spiraling out of control. One of those, unfortunately, is, of course, New York's, where Mamdani is seems to be running that beautiful state in that beautiful city into the ground. So very, very unfortunate, but we're going to continue to see that because there's a lot of people out there that are trying to destroy America, and unless we get to the point where we start to stop them from this process, we're going to continue to see that destruction. So here he is. He's basically saying that well, today we're taxing the rich, and well, today all the rich are leaving. Then, right? So a lot of us have been saying, get out of New York while you still can with your money. I think this is really going to start a stampede. Right. It's and the same thing is going to happen, I think, in a lot of other blue cities. And it's very unfortunate. Voters in Seattle also selected a far left activist, Katie Wilson, who famously claimed she was going to Trump-proof Seattle. She currently faces a budget crisis with a projected $250 million shortfall and tax revenues in decline. Wilson, as of early 2026, directed departments to prepare 5 to 10% budget cut plans for 2027. Like Mamdani, she is also calling for her own brand of wealth tax as a means to cover deficits. This will only cause more businesses to leave the area. Starbucks started in Seattle, and Starbucks is leaving Seattle, going to Nashville, Tennessee. So no tax in Tennessee. In the big blue states, taxes are going through the roof. Look at California. Taxes on gas are through the roof. The highest gas tax rate in the nation. Congressional leaders, GOP congressional leaders in California are asking for Newsom to take away the gas tax, because I think gas prices are well in the $7 range for regular, and probably up around $8 for premium. So really, really hurting. Of course, if you got an electric car, I guess it's maybe better. I don't know. Anybody in California that's driving an electric car, have the electricity rates gone up? Yes. So they're coming at us from all different kinds of angles. It's going to be a very great day when we get rid of the Democrats. And I'm not talking about the regular civilian Democrats, but I think most of the Democrats are leaving the Democrat Party because the Democrat Party has left us, right? That was my parents' party. A lot of people within my family in Columbia, South Carolina were Democrats, and I don't think there's hardly any of them left that are still following the Democrat Party. We were warning I was warning people for decades. Democrat Party is destroying America, and now we're seeing the results of it. And I think more and more people are turning from it. Even Democrats are saying we want to have free and fair elections, and so we want to check everybody's ID. 80% of Americans want the Save America Act to go through, and still Congress can't get it through. It's what's going on? What's going on? So we know what's going on. These people in the political realm are in power because they were selected to be in the power and to control us and to tax us into oblivion, right? So the property taxes are also a massive problem. There's a lot of people that are talking about, doing away with property taxes. Will we be able to do that? Well, we're going to, right? Because in Ohio, I saw where property taxes are they're higher, and they've pulled in more money then sales tax and personal tax, then the property tax. So property tax is outpacing all of those other taxes they're taking in. So this is never the way it's supposed to be. You were supposed to have your property, and you didn't have to keep paying for it. There's a lot of people that own their property fair and clear, but they still pay property taxes, and the property taxes are going up and up and up. They're actually in most places outpacing inflation. That's because there's a lot of fraud that's involved in property taxes. So it's definitely getting out of control. There's going to be some payback if we don't see a massive changeover during the midterms, where a lot of Democrats go away, which looks like it's moving in that direction. But if they steal another election, I think people are going to rise up. And I know, because we're not going to put up with the stuff that we put up over the last 4 years. Them coming after conservatives, we were very patient with them. We took a lot of heavy, impact from them. We're not ever going back to that. So I think it's going to be, start to move in the right direction. Who knows whether we even have an election? Because I think that when we come up on this prayer day, May 17th, we're going to have to look out. All right. Because if you're going to that prayer, I would suggest. Now, I went to, J6. I was there. J5 and J6. J6 was crazy. And we saw the results of that. I think if you're going to that, now I was going to go that. And of course, I was very brave and went to J6. I'm not going to the May 17th one. Right. So if you're going there, I would be very cautious. And if you see something out of the ordinary, get out. All right. Get out of there. The only way I think that's going to be safe is if they go out about a mile and everybody, no cars coming in, and you go through checkpoints, and they're bomb sniffing dogs and all kind of crazy stuff. Otherwise, I don't know, guys, I wouldn't do it. Right. So we know they hate Christians. They hate God. Right. So there's that prayer to happen there in what used to be sacred ground, but is now not so much anymore. I'd be very, very careful. Up to that point, we're probably going to be okay to a great extent, but I would start to position yourself for something very dramatic and traumatic. Stock up on food and water, bullets and weaponry. So even here where I live, they had a mass casualty drill, and this is probably one of the more high-end, safest places in America, and they just had a mass casualty training event. So, I think the word is out there. There's going to be it's going to be sparks of problems. I hope not. I hope that through prayer and focus, like we're going to have on the 17th, we're able to avoid that. But everything is pointing to mass arrest of the baddies. And they know that's coming, and there's probably going to be something that they're going to like to do, right? So what we just had recently, today, President Trump was trying to get some of those ships out of there. They're stuck in the Gulf, and get them through the Strait of Hormuz. And so they started launching attacks. Right. And I've been saying, we're not going to be able to deal with these people. Right. We're going to have to go in and remove them. And with the help of the people that are there, this could probably happen fairly quickly. But, President Trump is not a very aggressive guy. Right. So, or at least not until it's time to get aggressive. And then he is. And then it's over very quickly. He's proven that, over and over again. Going after ISIS, like I talked about, when I was in the CIA, I was saying, why don't we take down Mamdani? Not Mamdani. Yeah. Why don't we take down Mamdani? Why don't we take down al-Baghdadi? And maybe that guy too. But why don't we take down al-Baghdadi? And no one could give me an answer in the CIA. Even the analysts, they were like, I was like, wow, you guys are the ones that know everything. So, once Trump came in, within a few weeks, al-Baghdadi was gone. And that was the collapse of ISIS. So that's what we need to see, something like that happen in Iran. President Trump has been very, very slow, very methodical. I think some of that is because he's trying to strangle and point out the deep state throughout the world. And we're seeing it's definitely having an effect. So that's very, very possible that we'll see some type of event here in the United States where, I think that President Trump and team are doing everything that they can to overcome, the deep state activities. And I think they've been very successful in a lot of ways, keeping things. I would have thought at this point we've had all kind of crazy rioting and so forth, but he's been very good at taking away their money sources. And that's continuing. So as that squeeze is happening in Iran and around the world, because Iran was to be a massive puppet of the deep state, threatening everyone with nuclear retaliation if they didn't do what the deep state wanted them to do. And that's one of the things that is basically being destroyed right now. So again, we're having them, squeezed on a lot of different levels. Larry Ballard, told us that he had prophetic insights from God that this Iran conflict would lead to collapse of this beast, Luciferian financial system, right? So that's very. I think that's great. I think that I think he's onto something. If he gets to come through, we'll have him speak. We're trying to get him through. He's having some difficulties on his end, so we'll see. But anyway, the system is, everybody's been talking about it, is about to collapse. And when it collapses, you don't want to be in a position where it's going to, affect you. If it does, collapse and affects you, it's because you haven't been planning and you're not using your intuition, right? But who knows? Maybe it's going to, everybody's going to get affected. I think at some point, on some level, everybody will be affected. But those of us that have been preparing and planning over the last 6 years, so somebody in a chat is like, you need to talk about how everybody's like hurting and they're being affected. And I'm like, yeah, I think everybody is hurting and everybody has been affected in a negative way. Everybody, especially the deep state, and then the deep state puppets, they're feeling it very hard too. So I talked about yesterday how Hollywood, they're trying to, get a LA mayor that's a Hollywood guy that is GOP, Republican side. And that would be a massive, turn in the right direction. But, Hollywood is really destroyed itself. They have no one to blame but themselves. And if they do affect a turnaround, which they're so far down the hole, and so many people are disappointed and don't support Hollywood anymore, that they're going to have to do a massive, with all the Hollywood elite, if you want to call them that, Hollywood deep state, you're going to have to have a lot of those people turn around. And I've heard a lot of people say that, yeah, we're having a lot of people wake up. I think we're at that point where might be too late, right? Where this thing is about to flip and flip hard. If people aren't already waking up and preparing, the thing is going to get pretty bad, right? So I've talked to several people, on the backside. I don't like to put out a lot of negative stuff. I like to people, focus on the love vibration, trust in God, and He'll guide you. And get you in the right direction, put you in out of harm's way. But for a lot of people, most people, that's not even part of their consciousness. I just saw recently that, remember how we used to, we were always taught that when you do a presentation to the public, you need to make it on a 7th grade level, right? And I guess that's because over half of the United States was at a 7th grade level. Well, guess what? Now 60% of America is at a 6th grade level. So they're dumbing us down. They're dumbing us down fast and hard. It's very frustrating. I keep hearing reports of where children are being told to hate President Trump, and that it would be a good thing if he was assassinated. This is what they're teaching in school. What the heck? Parents, get involved here. Get your kids out of the schools if they're doing that shit, right? So you're gonna have some cray kids unless you do. So, and dumb down. You can teach your kids. I've seen so many parents and talk to so many parents that say they can teach what the average academic, what they teach throughout the year, they can do it in a few months. So kids don't have to go to school as long as they do, learning the crap that they're learning. All right. So if we get them to the point where they start to be free thinkers, which the school is not teaching them to do, and do research and find out stuff on their own, which is something I always did. I would come to class and I'd have all kind of extra information, and the teacher's like, "Get up here and talk." So I'd be talking in a lot of these classes. It's pretty fun, and showing other students. We got up in, if there was some science, I was a science guy, kid. And so if there were a lot of kids that, had trouble with science, I would go to desk, and while the teacher was doing the same thing, and I'd help my fellow students out. So, but that was because I was always a researcher, always, was taught that by my parents. It was great. They always taught me that what you believe in, you will achieve. And it's not part of our reality anymore. They're dumbing us down, and they're making us cyborgs pretty much. All right. So we got to break free from the system. And the only way we do that is we stand up and start to push back on the system that is so heavily and so massively corrupt in so many different areas. Now, this is not always, the case in some areas out there. Parents have gotten involved in their school systems, and their schools are really teaching, on a great level. So, and we'll see that, on a great level, I think, going forward. I think that on a great scale that we're going to see some changes, but not if we continue to allow. So these activists, obviously, are being paid by, probably Soros funding and so forth. That needs to be addressed. It should not be happening. How can it, at this point, how can that still be happening? So you see these people, going against the police. The police, a lot of the people there at the medical center, the Wyckoff Heights Medical Center, late Saturday night, they said that if the police hadn't showed up, there probably would have been deaths. And the police arrested a lot of these crazy people that come in and demonstrate. And you can see them coming up and pushing on the police. And good for the Brooklyn police. I know the Brooklyn police are badasses. Most people in Brooklyn are badass. But, we're having, these crazy people, get bussed in and get paid to come in, show up and do bad things. And the police, throwing down, and they were getting pushed, and they pushed back, and then somebody came at them again. It's like if you're lucky enough that the police just push you away after you assaulted them, don't come back again. Because if you come back again, it's over for you. And of course, these crazies, or they'd love to get their fellows to do that because they're videoing it, and then they put it out there that the police are attacking us and assaulting us, but you see where they did the assault first. if you get the full view. But they're cutting out where the police are being assaulted. And then they're just showing the police just come up and, you know, take people down. And then other police show up to push their people away. They're trying to interfere. I mean, all those people that are coming in trying to interfere with an arrest, they should be arrested as well. So probably the whole crowd should have been arrested. So they're being very, very generous with these crowds. I think that needs to end. All right. Now, I just saw this one video about Vlad the Impaler. All right. He got, they did a really bad, you know, history, because I've been saying that history is going to be changed in a lot of different ways. So they came in, basically made Vlad out to be a very bad guy. All right. Dracula, Vlad the Impaler. But what they fail to mention is that when the Muslims came in, they basically raped the women and took the children and turned them into military slaves that fought other Christians again. And they had these armies that they built from Christian boys, and they, you know, crazy, and then just made them, you know, go into battle. And they would use them as their front forces, and they would just, like crazed people, they would, you know, just run in like these people that are, you know, assaulting police officers in Brooklyn. So I'm going to play a little piece of that. I put it up on my X. It's very insightful. It's the real history. The real history is not often shared, but you know, if you do a little research, like I did, and like I'm doing, and sharing with you guys, then you're going to find out, you know, that things have very definitely and very massively been manipulated. All right. So this is from Silas B. Like I said, I posted over on my YouTube, and let's listen to what he has to say.
Vlad the Impaler, also known as Dracula, was a Christian hero. Romania still teaches their children this. They honor him as a defender of their nation and their faith. You weren't taught that. You were taught that he was a monster, a psychopath who impaled people for sport. And there's a reason they told you that story instead of the real one, because the real story exposes something they don't want you to see. The difference between a Christian prince who waged war on soldiers and an Islamic empire that waged war on women and children.
All right, so that's what we're seeing right now. I've seen this overseas, guys. I've been quietly threading this in for well over a couple decades into my stuff. Obviously, you can't push too hard on this because you get pushed back on, but we need to wake up to this. This is happening right underneath our feet, especially here in America now with that, and Europe. But we need to focus on America because we're Americans. But, you know, we love our, you know, the people all over the world that have had the same thing where massive illegal immigration. And they're pushing that all over Europe. In fact, in Italy, they pushed it so hard that they told Meloni that if she didn't start to allow immigrants in, that they were going to cut her out from European Union. So she would get, you know, a lot of, you know, European Union money that comes into Italy and so forth. They're going to get that cut off. So she's like, okay, I hate President Trump and I hate what he's doing in Iran. And I'm going to let 800 illegal immigrants come into my country after she basically set herself up with her public, with her populace, saying that she would not do that. So we are under a massive threat from Islamic extremists again. So listen and learn. If we don't learn from history, we are doomed to repeat.
Here's what your history books left out. The Islamic Ottoman Empire was waging holy war against Christian Europe. They were swallowing Christian lands, city by city. And Vlad knew exactly what that conquest looked like because he spent his childhood as their hostage. He watched Christian cities fall. He saw what happened to the women, saw boys ripped from their mothers and converted at sword point. He watched his own brother break under the pressure and convert to Islam. But Vlad didn't break. And when he finally took his father's throne, he made a decision that would echo throughout history. Not here, not my people, not while I breathe.
All right. So this is what I've been saying lately about this election, guys. If this election gets stolen again, it's going to turn into Vlad-like stuff, right? And you know, we're going to have to do it. We're going to go this route, and I don't want it to go this route, but I'm not the person that's promoting this. I'm a person of peace, but I'm also a warrior. So this is a potential that we're going to see.
You've probably heard about the golden age of Islamic tolerance. Muslims, Christians, and Jews living in harmony, a multicultural paradise that supposedly put those backwards Christian kingdoms to shame. Ask yourself one question. If it was so tolerant, why did Christian populations disappear? Because here's what tolerance actually looked like. Ottoman soldiers would arrive in Christian villages and demand the priest hand over a list of baptized boys. Boys as young as 6, kidnapped, forcibly circumcised, forcibly converted to Islam, and trained as soldiers used to conquer more Christian lands and steal more Christian children. Hundreds of thousands of boys over the centuries. Vlad watched this empire from the inside. He understood exactly what was coming for his people if he failed. So when the Ottomans sent envoys demanding tribute, gold, and boys for the Devshirme, Vlad didn't negotiate. He impaled the envoys. Sultan Mehmed II, the conqueror of Constantinople, the most feared military commander in the world, had assembled 150,000 Islamic troops to crush Vlad personally. Vlad had 30,000 Christian men and absolute clarity about what defeat would mean for every woman and child in his kingdom. Outnumbered 5-1, he knew he couldn't meet them in open battle. So he made his entire country a nightmare to invade. He poisoned the wells so the Ottoman Empire had nothing to drink, burned the crops so that they had nothing to eat, and drove the livestock into the mountains so they couldn't resupply. Then came the night raids. Vlad's men striking after dark, slaughtering soldiers in their sleep, and vanishing before dawn. Then Mehmed's army reached Targovist and saw exactly what was waiting for them. 20,000 Ottoman soldiers impaled on stakes, stretched out for miles like a forest of the dead. The stench alone stopped the advance. Now pay attention because this is crucial for context. Vlad's cruelty was aimed at soldiers. Ottoman cruelty was aimed at civilians. The men on those stakes were combatants, soldiers who had participated in the rape, enslavement, and slaughter of Christian women and children. What did Ottoman cruelty look like? When Constantinople fell in 1453, Mehmed's soldiers were promised 3 days of lawful plunder. Eyewitnesses documented what followed. Tens of thousands of civilians enslaved. Women raped in the streets and inside churches. Nuns violated on altars. Young women stripped naked and sold in slave markets. The elderly slaughtered wherever they tried to hide. The Ottomans made war on women and children. Vlad made war on warriors.
All right. So this is where we're moving, guys. We've seen this happening with the Democrat Party bringing in these warriors for them, these Muslims on a massive scale. We've seen what's been happening in Milwaukee. We've seen what's been happening in Texas, massive numbers of mosques being built. and the people don't want it, but still it keeps coming in. So we're gonna have to face this at some point. I think there's obviously peaceful, godly ways to do this, but if we're pushed, then it's Vlad time. All right. So I have a wonderful guest, Larry Ballard. Larry, how are you doing? Good to have you back.
Oh, okay. Let me tell you, we're jinxed. Last time we did a show, we had problems. Today, my email went down twice. And as I'm trying to do this, the mouse pad on my computer just stopped and I had to go get a regular mouse. But we finally got here. So we can do this show with the slides or without the slides, whichever way you want. It's going to be more detailed with slides. So you tell me what you want to do.
Yeah, let's do the slides. I got them right here. I'll bring them right up.
All right. So when we do slides, I tend to talk like a robot. So you just jump in and stop me anytime you want. Okay.
All right.
Shall we just go? You got any introductions you want to make, or we just jump into this?
Well, you've been on before. You want to give everybody a little background?
Well, my name is Larry Ballard. I'm basically been at this since 1968 when I had a near-death experience and God gave me an assignment. He said, I'm going to have you work all over the world. I'm going to have you travel. I'm going to have you work in all kinds of strategic and significant jobs. And I'm not going to bring you out until we're at the last moment where America's on the absolute tipping point. So real quickly in preparation, I worked for a whole bunch of really interesting companies. I worked building skyscrapers, so I know about 9/11. I worked for Monsanto, so I know about GMOs. I worked for Atomic Energy Canada, so I know about socialized medicine and about the dangers of nuclear energy. I worked for the French, so I know about the formation of the European Union. I was over in China when Tiananmen Square happened, and on and on and on and on and on. So basically, I've been studying for 57 years. I read the Bible cover to cover a couple of times. I read the Quran cover to cover. So I know about what your last topic was, all about Iran and what they're doing, and about Islam and how they absolutely are not a religion of peace, but a religion of war and slaughter. And their goal is to do what? To absolutely be the dominant religious force on the face of the earth. And that's why we're having this war, because they have to be stopped, period. So that's a little bit about me. And we can jump into this anytime you're ready, Michael.
Well, that's amazing. I wasn't planning on presenting that, but I got kind of pushed in that direction. So I guess I paved the way for your presentation. So it works out pretty good. God works in mysterious ways. All right, Larry, kick it off.
All right, so here we are. Basically, this war is coming to an end. I threw this show together over the weekend because I got so mad. What happened is I did something I normally don't do. I turned on the TV and watched the news. And I watched politicians who were saying, "Oh, we got to get out of this war." And I watched people come on and say, you know who the real winner in this war is? It's Iran. Trump is getting his lunch taken. And I said, that's enough. I've got to go out and I got to get the facts, and we got to do a show and tell the people the truth. And this is deep. So let's skip that first slide. You see the name. Let's go on down. Real quick on my book. I just got a brand new book that's out, and it's called Liberty Crusade, Restoring the Republic. And it's about understanding everything I've learned for 57 years. What made America great? And here's what it is. And if you don't know this, then you definitely need to buy this book. You need to know what a republic is, what your responsibilities are as a member of a republic, what the American economic system is, because it's what made America great. So this book tells you all of that and a whole bunch more. It allows you to understand what made America great, how we've had it almost completely taken away from us, how we're in the process of getting it back. And once we get it back, can we have to keep it? And then here's the important part. We're about to have a tsunami of whistleblowers come out. And when that happens, we're going to have positions open in the banking industry. We're going to have major corporations fold and their CEOs go away. And most importantly, we're going to find out the truth about the elections. And then we're going to find out that 90 or 95% of our politicians are corrupt. And then that's where the call, the seminal call comes that says, if you understand what our Constitution is, what our republic is, and what your responsibilities are, then you can step in and you can fill those positions, and you can run for local, for state or federal government. You can go into some corporation, but we have no use for you if you're not informed and you can't bring some knowledge and value to the table. This book has been 57 years being birthed so that at this particular moment in time, you have the knowledge you have in order to stand up and be a responsible member of the republic. So let's go on down and
I
let's
love
actually
that
get
title,
in.
Liberty Crusade, and we need to get back to that, unfortunately. But that's how we are going to maintain our freedoms. I agree with you, Larry.
That's it. And this is just a high level. So what is coming out now for the general public to understand? We came here to get away from the control of what? Of England and of the monarchies in Europe. We're still under their control. So I'm going to take you through a real quick history and understand. It's very important for the context for the show. You have to understand that we have no sovereign nations in the world at this time. They're all still to this day controlled by the monarchies of Europe, controlled by the central banking system, controlled by the banking system. And who runs the World Bank, the IMF, and the USAID? England. And what are we finding out now? We're finding out England is our mortal enemy. So let's get into this slide real quick. So basically that first picture over to the left, that is the empire of England when they were said the sun never set on them. Those were the slave nations, the colonies whose natural resources they stole. Then they manufactured those goods in slave labor camps. And what happened? They were able to sell them to the world cheaper than anybody else. And they drove nations into poverty. Then that next jump over is talking about where they decided that they needed America to protect their global assets. And so they made us the police force, and we were stupid enough to do it. And now we're waking up. So going back, so what happened is you see Bretton Woods up there, and that's the agreement we made after World War II in 1945, where the rest of the world had been decimated. And the world said, we need a stable economy. Will you be the world's reserve currency? And we said, yep, you'll do that. And we agreed that we would put our currency on gold. And then in 1971, the British orchestrated a financial crisis for America, and Nixon stepped in and said, we are temporarily going to suspend the transfer of U.S. currency with gold, but that's never been removed. That made us a fiat currency, and that began the process of systematically taking our dollar from $1 to where it's now worth about 2 cents. And then we jumped forward, and they said, all right, America's getting too strong. We got to cede power to China, and that entered in the peanut farmer. And what did he do? He basically took us into an economic stagnation period, and he got us into the war that we're in now economically with China. And what happened is they decided to cede power to China away from the United States, bring America down, build China up. And to do that, they said, we've got to have a completely new economic system. We can't have capitalism. We can't have communism. We have to have a super hybrid capitalist communist economy. So we have the innovation of America and the control of a dictatorship. And now, finally, we've gone full circle because that financial system that was nothing but a debt trap is collapsing. And so now they turned against China. And what they want to do is collapse the entire economic system. And when they do that, they want to take us into economic slavery. And as you will know, who they have no use for now that they have AI and emerging technologies that can do practically anything, quote unquote, better than us humans. So that sets the stage for what we're doing. Let's go on down, and I'm going to take you quickly into history. Do you want to chime in before I just keep rambling on?
No, you're presenting the real history, so I appreciate it.
Okay, so here's what we got. This is the truth about the American economic system. This is where, at the end of the Civil War, we had been collapsed because we went bankrupt during the war. And what did we do? Oh, think about this, folks. It's exactly the same thing Trump is doing now. So in a 34-year period, America became the wealthiest nation in the world. How did we do it? We put a 50% tariff on England, our mortal enemy. And that caused us, they say necessity is the mother of invention. That caused us to invent the transcontinental railroad system so we could get access to our natural resources. Then with that 50% tariff on England, our people couldn't afford to buy British goods. So we innovated the Industrial Revolution. We had basically the assembly line, the automobile, the telephone, the car, on it goes. And we basically, in 34 years, became the wealthiest nation in the world. So I'm going to read you these two quotes. Two systems are before the world. One is the English system. The other we would be proud to call the American system of economics. The only one ever devised, the tendency of which was that of what? Doing what? Of elevating while equalizing the condition of man throughout the world. So what we did is we shared our technology instead of hoarding it. And then Henry C. Carey had another quote to say. It says, in the words of Henry C. Carey, economic advisor to Abraham Lincoln, the the British system, and now I put in Chinese because they transferred power to China, is the most gigantic system of slavery the world has yet seen, and therefore it is that freedom gradually disappears from every country over which England/China isn't able to obtain control. So that's the system we're in now, where China is still to this day the manufacturing power of the world, but Donald Trump is bringing that back very, very fast. And before the next year or two is over, when he gets these new factories done, we're going to regain our position as the #1 manufacturing power in the world. Let's go on down. We'll get through this history in a while, and we'll get to the really important stuff. So this is the American economic system, and we equalized and elevated the condition of mankind. And I'm going to jump down to that second quote. Rather than controlling wages, stifling ingenuity, and hoarding resources, which what the British system did, the American free trade system did this. The American system encouraged innovation, which it shared with the world. As the innovators of the technology, we benefited, and those who adopted it benefited, particularly Germany, because they went in full-fledged. And that leads us to the next two slides. So what happened is we shared that technology, and in 34 years, on our centennial anniversary, 1876, America invited people to come to America. 10 million people came. And we announced that in just 34 years, using tariffs and developing the Industrial Revolution, America was now the wealthiest nation in the world, supplanting England, who had a 300-year head start. Let's go down to the next slide, and we'll see what happened. This is the system that Trump is re-implementing. This is the American economic system. So what we did is, those pictures say it all, in 31 years, I'm just going to read this so we can go through it fast. 31 years of protective tariff policy. That means 50% tariffs on England. Has by any test measured by any standard vindicated itself. U.S., are you ready for this? Has achieved #1 rank in agriculture and mining and manufacturing. That's what we had before they started to tear us down. That's what Trump is re-implementing. That's what we're going to have. That's the journey that we're on. We're re-implementing the American economic system. It's no guess. It is exactly what made us the greatest nation in the world in the first place. Yeah. Let's go on down.
And, Larry, that's there's an important point that you're bringing up about the economic system and Trump bringing it back. So in 2025, we reached a point where our debt was the interest we paid on our debt was higher than what we were paying for the military, creating military budget. So whenever a country has reached that point, it's going to decline into a steep decline, and unless, like we're talking about right here, unless the economy starts to regenerate and create wealth, like you're talking about, we are doomed. So this is very, very important what you're bringing up.
By the way, I've done some very, very detailed shows on the topic that you just talked about. This is on the high level in regards to that. But let's go to the next slide and we'll see what they did. They saw that we were going to wake the whole world up and we were going to allow the entire world to prosper. So it took 24 years, but England orchestrated through a series of treaties the situation where basically an assassination led us into World War I. Why did they want to do it? Because they had gained control over the world by controlling all the sea gates. Now, this is going to take us to what Trump is doing right now with this Iran war. And what they said is, well, they're building railroads, transcontinental railroads across Russia, going across the Bering Strait, going down from Alaska down into Mexico, Panama, into the Central America, into South America, across Gibraltar, into Africa. And if we allow this to happen and don't destroy it, we'll lose control of the world by trade. So they orchestrated World War I. They crushed Germany and they destroyed all those railroad systems, and they maintained control of all the sea gates and trade by sea and have dominated the world ever since. They turned us back, and we were willingly part of it because of our corrupt politicians. Here's what happened. We went into that war not on the side of Germany, but on the side of Britain. But if you knew the history, we were actually allies of Germany. They were the biggest supporters of the American economic system. But the British came and said, we make you a deal. Here's the deal. If you come into this war on our side, we're going to be okay because we're sitting over in an island and our economy won't be crushed and yours won't be crushed because you're sitting halfway around the world, and we'll just make so much money it's not even funny because you'll be able to manufacture all the armaments that we need, and when the war's over you can come in and you can rebuild. And our stupid corrupt politicians took it and we went into a war we never should have been in, and it changed the trajectory of America from leading the world into peace and prosperity into the chaos that we've been in. But it's all going to change, and it's going to change. I'm an absolute supporter of Donald J. Trump. You're going to find out what he's doing. Let's go down to the next slide. Wow. This is something I put together because I think
good job, Larry.
We need to understand the big picture. So what I'm going to tell you here is that Europe is falling apart. It's being exposed. Brexit happened several years ago. That was England leaving, and now Spain has come in and found a loophole that is allowing Europe. If Spain's leading the way, and 8 other nations want to follow, it's allowed Spain to enter into a trade agreement with us outside of NATO and a security agreement, and the other nations are saying we want it. Europe is going to fall apart. Russia's having severe economic problems. China has some severe economic problems. So that portion of the world is basically being fractionalized. The power is going to be regionalized. You're not going to see Europe or Russia or China be the sole superpower of the world. They're going to be relegated to being regional powers. And this is something that people, I think, are going to be surprised that we've always been a friend to Australia. So our sphere of influence is going to contain what I call the United Americas, which is Greenland, North America, Canada, Latin America, Mexico, South America, and probably Australia. And here's what's happening. When we get to the later part of this presentation, we're going to find out that Trump has done something that has changed the equation. England has negotiated and set up proxies using Iran and kept the world during my entire lifetime in absolute chaos with war after war after war and oil shortages one after another. And what do? That keeps the world in constant chaos. It drives up the price of oil, which is what controls what we can buy. So through that tactic, England has been able to suppress the populations of the world and keep us to where we can't buy food, we can't buy water, we can't pay for housing, and they control all the necessities of life. Trump just did something with the Emirates, with Saudi Arabia and the other nations that's going to blow your mind when we get to the right point. They are now our super best allies. And what's happening in Africa, while the other nations are fracturing, with what we're doing with Saudi Arabia, the Middle East is going to grow. And with what is happening in Africa, Africa is going to emerge, at least for our part. We're no longer going to have Western hegemony. If we do a deal with them, it's going to be fair, and they're going to come to us, and we're going to get some very interesting mineral deals there. So basically, Africa's going to rise, America's going to rise, and the rest of the world is fracturing. That's the globe. Now, look at those things in red. That takes us back to the strategy that was executed by England all those years ago. Now, back then, Greenland wasn't a significant trade route because the poles were all frozen. But for now, for trade from the United States over to Europe and Asia, we may need to go in the very near future through Greenland. And he secured that. And the naysayers were really after him. And then he pulled a coup and got back control of the Panama Canal on both sides. So we now have free egress over into the Atlantic Ocean and off to the rest of the world. Beautiful. We've got what we need. Now let's look at what's happening in Asia. There's a little bit of a problem there, especially when it comes to China, because they've got to go around Cambodia and Vietnam and all of that and go through the Straits of Malacca rather. And then they've got 2 more gauntlets to run after that. They've got to go through the Suez Canal and they got to go through the Strait of Hormuz, and they may control rare earth. And they may control a lot of the elements that we use to make our medicines, but they've got some Achilles heel. They import 70% of their oil. So basically, they've got to shoot that gauntlet. And with what we just did in Iran, we just put in a security net that I'm sure you'll know more about than I do because of your background. Yep. But is able to discern frequencies, so they can tell a high-speed powerboat, they can tell a pleasure boat, they can tell a submarine, they can tell a tanker, they can know where every ship in the strait is, and then they got the ability to scramble their radar to make ghost. So not only do we know where everything is at, but they can't target us. And so 72 hours after deploying that, Bingo. A limited opening of the strait occurred. And now China knows we can do that to them over in Taiwan. The equation of the world is changing. Let's go on down to the next slide, unless you want to add something. Should we go on?
I just heard that Russia is also going to get involved in the Strait of Hormuz to get their ships out. So that's a kind of interesting.
Well, what's happening is Ukraine's coming. They're bringing four minesweepers, and now England is getting involved and another of the nations, because here's what Trump did. Said, hey, I asked you nicely to come and you didn't come, and then I asked you and you didn't come, and now I've done all the heavy lifting. You want the strait open? You come down and open it. So now there's a coalition, including Russia and Ukraine and several other nations, that understand they need the oil. Trump says, we don't need the oil. We got more oil than anybody in the world. You want that strait open? Now you come in and do it. And that's exactly what's happened, Michael. You just hit the nail on the head.
And like Ukraine has been hitting a lot of Russian oil terminals and so forth. And Europe is telling them to stop it. So it's interesting. So we might be seeing this war wind down. That'd be great.
I think we are. And when we get to the end of this and we get out of Iran, then we're going to talk specifically about what's going to happen in Russia, what's going to happen with China, and basically the state of the world as far as, is it going to be peace? Is it going to be war? Are we going to get the reset, or the bad guy's going to get it? So this is taking us back to what Trump did. And I just want to point out, we got Greenland, we got Panama, we're going to get Cuba, we got Venezuela, and we're now treating these people fairly. We're getting the cartels out, which means the legitimate governments will now have control, and we're negotiating agreements with them for natural resources. They're now our enemies, but they're going to become our friends. If you think Canada is a friend, understand they're a crown corporation. If you think England's our friend, Mexico's our friend, understand they're the ones who let all those caravans in. And then you go down to South America, and all those cartels are the ones that are running those countries. So the first nation to step forward is Canada, not the nation, but Alberta, and saying, you held us handicapped. Ottawa takes all the money and we have all the resources. So they've already got a petition signed. They have the right to have an election to see if they can leave Canada. And if they do, then all the rest of the resource-rich provinces are standing up looking, and we may well see that Canada may join America, and maybe Cuba, and on it goes. America is freeing the world, and that globe up above, that's the golden globe for Canada and for America. And there's another globe I'm going to talk about that's going to tell you why all of a sudden that the EU buddied up with us. It's very, very important. So there we go. U.S. national security requires united Western Hemisphere, which is allowing the U.S. to consolidate its resources and actually grow when other nations are being fractionalized. Comments before we go on, Jacob?
No, that's good.
Michael, comments?
No.
All right. This is I try to show you the big picture. So this whole war was about the nukes, but it was about much more. It was about trying to get to the bottom of the Smartmatic theft of our election and 71 other nations. So they had to get the man who did it so they can interrogate him, and we can have the whistleblowers to come out in the truth. And that's what's going to be part of what's going to give us our government back when we find out how many politicians don't belong in those offices. And then what else was going on? It's a cartel. He's basically said, we're taking the cartels out and giving it the legitimate governments the chance to run it. And so in Venezuela, that was the cartel of the sun. And then we go down and we understand. I asked this question of God in 1968 when I had my near death. I said, God, He had me study anthropology, geology, sociology, everything in the world. I know we've got more oil than anybody in the world. Why aren't we using it? He quietly came back and said, it isn't time. When the time comes, we're on the precipice, then we will disclose that America has more oil than anybody else in the world, and we'll use it to leverage. So what's part of this? It's the oil squeeze that he executed against Russia, which now has been turned around, and it's the oil squeeze that he executed against China. But guess what? He didn't cut them off completely, because then when it come into that war, what he did to Russia, he says, you know what? You've got to have oil, and Europe and everybody else has oil. So now you can buy oil from it, and you can sell oil with it to anybody you want, except you can't deal with Venezuela. And then he went in and said the same thing to China. So they wouldn't go bankrupt. They just have to pay a little more for oil until this whole thing was done. So he created a strategic oil squeeze that kept Russia and Iran from being forced into this, so that we could come in and we could fix the number one geopolitical piece of geography in the world, that is the Suez Canal and the Strait of Hormuz, and we're doing it. He's taking care of business. It's a combination of the kinetic strikes, and more importantly, this is an old-fashioned military siege, and boy, is it working. It's working with spades. So this is kind of in your wheelhouse. Do you want to comment on that before we go on down?
No, it's I spent a lot of time in that close to 30 years working there as a Navy SEAL and then CIA. That's the number one problem in that whole area was Iran. So by taking down Iran, we take out all the problems in that area, and it's going to be peace and prosperity going forward.
Iran was the puppet of now who controls the banking system? England. Who controls the World Bank? England, right? So England, through our corrupt politicians, was funneling money to Iran to be this bee that kept us in constant turmoil. They in turn were taking money from the oil resources to fund the proxies that kept constant chaos going on in the Middle East. And all of that is going to change in the very near future, and you're going to find out why. Let's go down to the next slide, and I got a couple of really good graphics to show you. I want you to take a really good look.
London that put that took out the czars and put the Soviets, the corrupt Soviets in there that took advantage of the people. Same thing. City of London did the same thing with the Iran. They put them in charge and in control 47 years ago. So yeah, the real enemy, like you've been saying, and I've been saying as well, is the City of London.
Yeah, what happened in Iran was the Shah of Iran was removed, because what happened is after that they got an elected official who came in to run Iran, and he basically, what he did is he nationalized the oil fields, because England was screwing them. They weren't giving them hardly any money at all. And so what happened is the Three Sisters Oil Company came in, and they went to Eisenhower, and they went to and with England, and they said, you got to create a coup and take this government down. And that's what took us into this situation where we've been in constant war ever since the Black Hawk Down situation. So that's what's going on there. You're right, exactly on the money. Shall we dip into this slide?
What's that?
Shall we start on this slide? You got a comment to make?
Yeah, great.
All right, I want you to look at this bigger slide here, because I want you to see something. Look over at China. China has to go around Cambodia and Vietnam, and it has to go through the Strait of Malacca. That's a choke point. And then to get to where it needs to go, it has to go through the Suez Canal at Yemen, which is where the proxies are that bomb the heck out of it. And it's got to go through the Strait of Hormuz, and that is the bottleneck that Iran and England have used to keep the world in a constant state of chaos and keep everybody in abject poverty. All of that is changing very quickly. Then I gave you a blow-up of those two straits so you can see them, all three of them there. That is the dynamic. It's going to change. That is all going to be taken away within just a very short period of time.
Fantastic. And again,
I'm sorry, Michael. Say again?
I said, and again, the City of London controls China. Hong Kong, they came in through Hong Kong and basically took over the empire.
They control every nation in the world. But here's something you may agree or not agree. So basically, if you know the history of Russia, I believe that Russia is absolutely, completely, and utterly against globalization. There may be things where we disagree, but we're both against globalization. So the England had to try 3 times to get what we now call the UN. The first time, Russia blocked it. And then when we come to the Civil War, basically what happened is England was about to come to the Civil War on the side of the South. And Russia said, ding-ling-a-ling, I got a really big army and a lot of ships. And if you come in on the side of the South, I'm going to come in on the side of the North. And I don't think you want that to happen. So Russia has shown us they are against England and all of that aristocracy that controls the world. And so here's what just happened. I think this is another slide, but I'll just talk about it right now. There was a very interesting phone call that happened just, I think, yesterday. And it was a conversation between Donald J. Trump and Putin. And here's what they basically said. They said, you know what? Europe King Charles is over here right now trying to get more money to fight that war, to keep it going, perpetual war. That's what creates the chaos that we have. And so Zelensky was pegged as, along with England and Europe, as the ones who are perpetuating this war. And basically, we now have Putin saying, I'm ready to sign an armistice and see if we can't end this war. And we have Trump and Putin saying the real bad guys are Zelensky and England. So basically, disclosures are coming. So let's go into this one. Iran is collapsing from the inside. I couldn't believe it when I heard people with a straight face saying Iran's winning this war. So I'm just going to read this as fast as I can. And you tell me after I've read it, is there anybody who can believe with any sincerity that we have not already almost won this war? So here we go. The economy is bleeding $500 million per day. Food and gasoline shortages. So it's ironic that one of the biggest oil producers in the world doesn't have gas for their cars and doesn't have gas for their military complex, period. They're running out of food, they're running out of water, they're running out of energy, they're running out of everything. And reports of defections are occurring because guess what? They're not able to pay the IRCG, they're not able to pay the proxies. And yes, the radicals at the top may stay absolutely entrenched. But if the rank and file soldiers leave, well, then you're looking at them joining the general population, and that could well cause the coup. So I know that's an area of your absolute expertise. So let me stop before I go any further on this, and you comment on what I just said, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way we've destroyed a lot of countries over time, and this is perfect. Economically, I'm surprised they were able to do this. We did the same thing to the Soviet Union and collapse the Soviet Union. We're doing the same thing to Iran. I think the Soviet Union, or Russia, no longer Soviet Union, thank God. And they're free from the deep state. They're free from England. And that's why Europe wants to attack them through their proxy, Ukraine. And they remember how, like you talked about, Russia basically, prevented them from interfering in the Civil War. So it wasn't long after that they really started going after Russia. They saw them as a real threat, and unfortunately they had a very good inroad for a long time. So they've done the same thing with Iran. We're going to see freedom just like we saw with Russia, and like we see with Russia. If you don't listen to all of the hyperbole from the press and the deep state puppets, you're going to see the people of Iran really, really be thankful going forward for what we're doing right now.
Absolutely. And I think there's a possibility.
What? I see these former colonels and generals that are saying, like you're talking about, that we're losing. And Trump is like so stupid for what he's doing. I was like, God. And they used to support Trump. I don't know what happened. I don't know if somebody got to him or paying him off to, lie or go against Trump, or they're just swallowed a stupid pill, or what happened. But I totally am glad and honored that you came on and you were talking about the real thing, the real history, and what's really going on in the world. Outstanding job.
Well, your military. Here's what's happening. We have a lot of people who are getting outed right now and exposed. And so they realize, these people are saying what you just said, they realize England's falling. They realize we're going to get peace. And they're being ordered to come out and say that. It's just like the lying news. Now we got lying generals. That's what's going on. So that's what prompted me to do this. I said, I can't sit back and let generals or politicians say this kind of crap when the facts are right here. So let's get back into this. So basically, they're days away from a catastrophic financial collapse, because I had to study geology. Is one of the things I had to study. And when you've got a well and you shut it down and you don't do it in a controlled fashion, there's water underneath and it rises up and then it contaminates the well. And then sometimes you can never get it open. And when you do, it's never as efficient. You lose capacity. So supposedly they are within a week to 2 weeks of having maxed out their storage, and then they're going to have to start shutting down wells. And that means that this is not just an event that's happening where they're losing $500 million a day. It means their revenue for years to come is going to be curtailed. So I can't imagine any situation where this government can hold out. This is absolutely a siege. and it's causing absolutely every kind of economic problem you can have. And at some point, when the people get desperate enough and when the army isn't getting paid, I think they're going to come in and finish this job for us. And I think the radicals are going to be removed. Comments on that before we go on, Michael?
No, this is a good point that you're bringing up. It happens over there, so we can focus on what we have here. So the clean out will come here. It's being done on a smaller scale, but it'll open up on a larger scale very soon, I think.
Well, this next 2 points I already talked about, and that's the security grid that we deployed. And 72 hours after we deployed it, now the straits aren't demined yet, but we had enough response. We knew we had enough control over the strait that we allowed a limited number of ships to go through, and that message went clearly over to China. So let's go on to the next slide. And this is something that's happening, and there's more of this coming. Basically, wherever they can, the nations that are held hostage by the Suez Canal and the Strait of Hormuz are doing bypasses. And so in this instance, why would they bomb other Muslim nations, other oil-producing nations that are in OPEC along with them? Because they needed to basically try to force them. So this is a pipeline you see from Fallujah to Abu Dhabi, and this basically gets around the Strait of Hormuz. And so there's a lot of oil they ramped that up, and there's a lot of oil going through that pipeline now. And so there's other pipelines that have been built, and other ones are really very important one is going to be built as a result of this war. So here, let me read you some statistics here. So basically it backfired. What happened is the Arab nations came back and said, no, we're not going to tell Trump to stop because we're not going to live under this kind of intimidation. So Trump, go for it. Take him out. Absolutely. Do whatever you got to do. Take him out. So now here's some facts. Since March of 2026, Fallujah, that's this pipeline you see here, has increased its pumping by 57%. The EAU exits OPEC. Now that is very important because what was OPEC? OPEC was orchestrated by England again. It was orchestrated, the 73 oil embargo, creating a crisis. And what happened is we then went into the agreement with OPEC and the petrodollar, who controls the money of the world? England. They control the banking system. So when we think that money was flowing through the banking system, we think it was affecting America and making us prosper. It was really making England continue to be able to control the finances of the world. All of that is changing. So now with what's happening in Iran, with the oil that's now not being shipped out, they said this is the perfect time. With now the new friendship they have with us, we're going to leave OPEC. And this is also going to affect Iran. And it's going to make them basically follow the path to peace. Because now Saudi Arabia is able to increase their oil production by 1 million barrels a day. Plus, all the other OPEC nations are going to be leaving. And so we're going to see what? Now everybody's bitching because oil prices went up, right? But now with them leaving OPEC and all being able to get out from under the limits that they had for production, in the next few months, we're going to see oil prices go down. And that's going to help our economy completely. And now let's see, UAE action permanently reduces demand for Iran's oil and will lead to lower energy prices for the entire world. That's what's going on over the Middle East. So we go on down.
So on that note, today I was wondering, why did Iran, of all places, attack UAE today? And now it makes sense because they're basically, going to surpass Iran. And today there were like 7 Iranian boats that were in the strait, attacking, and they sank 7 boats today. Wow, you're right on the money, Larry. Good job.
Well, let's go now. We're going to shift gears a little bit. And remember, I said some nations were rising and other nations were falling, right? So China has got some leverage. It controls the rare earth market. It controls most of our medical components for our medicines. but they have an Achilles heel. They have a couple of them. They import 70% of the oil, and they got to go through those 3 gauntlets to get over there. And now they know. Now China now knows we can shut them down anytime we want with the technology that we've demonstrated to the world we have. And they're got to be reevaluating their calculus for invading Taiwan, because now they know they can't come at us asymmetrically with hordes of drones, because now we've got our own drone that flies into the swarm, emits an EMP, and all the little drones just drop to the ground or into the ocean. And they've seen that we have aircraft that are basically invisible and can bomb the hell out of things and take out the real sites. And now we've got this surveillance net that can scramble the opposition. So China is looking at us with very different eyes. But what's happening is they're going bankrupt, and all of that Belt and Road initiative they initiated to get to the Middle East and to Africa to get the resources they needed, because they have shortages of very, very significant minerals, and then on to Europe to sell their goods. That's all falling apart. Those projects are falling apart. They don't have the money to fund them. And then in addition, the nations of Africa has found out it was nothing but a debt trap. They build a bridge, they build a highway, they build a seaport, and then they drive those nations into financial default and say, thank you, we're taking over the seaport. Thank you very much. So now if America will come in and actually not commit Western hegemony, but help these nations, we're going to get a chance to go down and get resources, or up and get resources from Canada, from Mexico, from Latin America, from South America, from Australia, from Africa, from all over the world. America rising is the theme right now. We are going to be restored. We will not come out of this as the sole superpower of the world. We're not going there anymore. It's going to be a monolithic, and it's going to be America at the top, but then seats at the table will be provided for Russia, for India, for China, and for some other nations. But we're still going to come out of this as the big dog, and we're still probably going to control 50 to 60% of the world's trade with US dollars. That's just what's coming. So basically, China is in a situation where it is being weakened by the day. And what built China, that money that flowed in, is now flowing to the United States with a promise for $18 trillion. And now we're going to find out some things in the next couple of slides. We're not going to be handicapped where we can't build those factories. We're going to get some amazing things. This next slide is really, really important. This is, when I came across this and understood this, you want to talk about playing checkers versus playing chess. This is absolutely master chess. So I'm going to put some pieces together that I don't think most people have put. Remember, was it October 7th when Gaza got blown up, right? You know what that was? That was another 9/11. That was an excuse for a war. That was an excuse for a reclamation project. And what happened is Trump stepped in and said, hey, I raised my hand. We can't let this happen. We need to give a home for the Palestinians. We need to rebuild Gaza. We'll make it a Riviera. We'll come in and we'll build golf courses. We'll build skyscrapers and yada yada. Well, there's more to it than that. There's a whole lot more. This is going to make America one of the strongest nations in the world, and along with it, our new allies, all of the Arab nations. So what's happening is, in order to get that agreement to rebuild Gaza, they birthed the Board of Peace. And the Board of Peace long-term is going to replace the UN. And we're going to get out from under England. We're going to get out from the UN. And we just basically pulled out 5,000 troops out of Germany. We're going to get out of NATO. And we're going to get out of all the global governments, entities that control us, period. And this is the vehicle that's going to make it happen. So we're going to rebuild Gaza, and then now talk about getting rid of those choke points. What you see there is something that was conceived by Modi of India a couple of years ago, when it was held up when everything happened in Gaza. But now with this war, it's absolutely right back on the table, and I believe it's going to happen, and it's going to make America and Saudi Arabia and their allies absolutely rich. So that first dot you see there, they're leaving from England by sea, and they're going over to the edge of the Strait of Hormuz, but they're not going up the strait. They're going by land up through Saudi Arabia. And where is that land portion terminating? In Haifa, in Israel, and right by Gaza. So now here's what's going to happen in Gaza. But before I do that, then it comes sea in, and then by sea they go to Europe. And so that is the chain, 2 links by sea, 1 link by land. And basically, here's what it contains. It is unbelievably technologically sophisticated. So it's called the IMAC, and that stands for the Indian Middle East European Corridor. So it's a trade corridor that bypasses all of those booby traps that China has to run right now. So here's what it is. IMAC integrates rail and shipping routes from India through Saudi Arabia and Haifa and off to Haifa and to Israel and on from there to Europe. And here's what it incorporates. It incorporates a digital payment system. And guess what? If America is funding that, whose currency do you think it'll be paid in? You think it's a pretty good bet it's the US dollar? So basically, that's a banking decision that you see be made there. So it incorporates digital payment system and custom systems, AI controlled. So let me tell you what's happening there. It's bulk oil, crude oil cannot be shipped in a container. It's too big in volume, but refined oil and petrochemicals can. So now they can take those refined chemicals, the gasoline, etc., and they can put them on rail cars and they can ship them across from India over to the mainland. They can put them on rail cars and they can ship them up and then they can put them back on boats again. And having an AI, this is technology coming from Elon Musk, an AI custom system. It's bam, bam, bam. You scan those railroad cars, you offload them onto the ships, bam, it's done in no time flat, highly efficient. And the payment system is automatic. Everything is automated. And let's go down. And then there's a bonus for the very nation that's obstructing us. So who did not join? Stay on that slide. We're not done, not anywhere near done. Stay on that slide. So who did not join the Board of Peace? Ostensibly, England and most of the European Union, because they still want to try to keep control of their trade, right? So here's what's happening. We're giving them an invitation they can't refuse. So they have a serious energy crisis, right? So within that, there's more. We're going to be taking at the point that the oil comes out of the ground and converting it to hydrogen, clean burning hydrogen that can now be transported in those cargoes. So basically now we can transport finished oil and gasoline right through that corridor. Isn't that amazing? And then we go on down and we're going to rebuild Gaza and develop it under the Board of Peace, controlled and operated by Donald J. Trump. And we're talked about insurance and how England outed itself when Lloyd's of London says, we're not covering a single ship. And Donald Trump said, we'll cover them. Well, that didn't open the strip because the cost was too high. It was $352 billion. But he did get enough commitment to go forward with this project. And under the Board of Peace, you'll appreciate this as a military guy, he's going to have a private security force of 20,000 men to safeguard that corridor so that basically the risk can be done so that they can benefit from it. And they expect that under those circumstances, it'll be 40% faster than shipping to the straits and 30% cheaper. And then the operations costs, guess what? If Congress gets up and says, no, it costs too much money, the answer is Trump is a businessman and you got to pay $1 billion to be in that corridor, and then you pay a tariff fee, which is basically a toll, and enough money is going to be realized to pay for that 20,000 man army and to completely pay for the project. So it'll be self-funding. So we're going to shut the mouths up of our obstructionist politicians, and we're going to basically make a deal to China they can't refuse. Because here's the last part of this: when it leaves the mainland and goes to Europe, it carries something critical that England has, that England, well, Germany in particular, and France have to have an energy crisis because Brussels forced them to basically get rid of their grid and go on the Green New Deal, which is absolutely ineffective unless you happen to be sitting in the middle of a desert. And so now it contains fiber optics and undersea cables that'll be planted and high voltage cables that are going to take all of that energy that's created in those deserts where it's truly efficient and send it to Europe. And so that's going to eventually force a situation on England because of energy costs, or they can join this pipeline and this logistics system as well. So we've got the traps set for about every nation in the world. Comments before we go on?
Yeah, I had no idea that India was going to be involved in that. So that's incredible. And I see you're showing it going through UAE, which is proving itself right now to, be pumping the oil away from the British Empire and control system. Now over to Greece, the European Union destroyed Greece, and they could come back and be powerful again. I'm sure they like that. So this is a fantastic map. Now over to the private man security. I worked for Blackwater in the early days when Bush was still in office. When Obama and Hillary Clinton came in, they destroyed Eric Prince's Blackwater. So that is a possibility. If you get the right group and they're backed by the right people, you can have a private security force that's more effective, really, than any military.
They're not controlled by the obstructionists in Washington and in England and in the Vatican. They're paid for by Donald Trump's Board of Peace with a singular objective: reduce the risk factor so that this pipeline, this logistics system, can operate cost effectively with very little risk. That's what it's all about.
Perfect. Very, very well said.
Going down, and we're going to see it all comes down to money. So basically, these three things have to happen for IMAC to be realized. The U.S. political system has to support it. And how we get them to do it, we say it's going to be free and it's going to do all these amazing things. So you better not stand up and oppose it. And then Israel is backing it because guess what? It's going to be the new Riviera. It's going to be the central hub for logistics for the entire world. Look at that network that I just described. Think about the billions and trillions of dollars going to go through Gaza and through Israel. You bet your bippy they're going to want to be a part of this. And the Gulf states, they're entering into some incredible deals with us. So they want to be involved. So all three of the nations that are required are going to be there. And basically this holds the promise for the Middle East peace, for the execution of the Abraham Accords leading to global peace and prosperity, order out of chaos. America financially restores itself, does what it did in the Industrial Revolution, leads the world into a technological revolution, and we basically help the rest of the world to come back and have financial prosperity, which leads to peace. Because Eisenhower said, is there any man, any woman, any child that doesn't understand that the principal cause of war is economic disparity between nations? We're going to wipe that disparity out. All nations are going to have their currencies reset. The first world nations' currencies will decline. The second world nations' currencies will increase, and we'll all meet in the middle and we'll all be happy. That's what's happening here.
Fabulous.
All right, let's go down. So basically now a lot of people are afraid of BRICS. Oh, BRICS is going to collapse the dollar. It's going to cause the bonds. We're going to have some trouble with bonds, but it's not going to be what you think, because let's dissect BRICS. Oh, it seems to me that they might have a few problems of their own. It seems like Russia, now pretty much sovereign, has pulled out, and India is siding with us, and they pulled out, and China has a whole bunch of problems. So who's left? Financially strapped Brazil and financially strapped South Africa and a host of smaller nations. So they don't have the leverage that people think they have. So basically what's going to happen is BRICS is going to find out one day that we have more gold than anybody. And when the time is right, Trump's going to put that queen on the chessboard, and he's going to say to America, today, there's no longer a fiat currency. It's a gold-backed system. It's backed by a bucket of commodities. And now we have basically taken the BRICS card off the table. And America has now proven that we're the nation that the world needs to do business with. And here's what's going to happen. America has plenty of gold, and America is reclaiming its manufacturing prowess. Give us 2 to 3 years, and we'll once again be the largest manufacturing in the world. And I need to stop. And there's a saying that says, who controls money controls the world. Well, you got to start at the genesis. How do you get that money in the first place? You have to control natural resources, which Trump is going all around the world getting. He's got resource deals with Canada, with Greenland. He's got one with Venezuela. He's got one with the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He's got one with Australia, and there are many more to come, right? So he's giving us the natural resources. He's giving us the ability to rebuild with $18 trillion coming in to rebuild factories, and with an investment bank coming in that I'm going to talk about a little later, to make sure that Congress can't say, well, we're not going to fund this or fund this. We'll say, forget it. we'll do it ourselves. And so we're going to get these factories built, and we're going to become the number one superpower. Only America is in a position to create a new industrial revolution, tapping into the 5,915 patents that Trump made available. And here's what's going to happen. We're going to have a slow, gradual movement away from dependency on oil and go to hydrogen. And then from there, we're not going to go to nuclear, in my opinion. What we're going to do is we're going to free up the truly free energy technologies that are in those 5,915 patents. And when that happens, not only are we going to basically get rid of the Fed with the new Fed chair that's coming in, and is going to be Trump's man, and is going to lower interest rates and basically reduce the amount of money that we have to pay to cover this huge national debt, but there's going to be more that's going to happen. Basically, America is going to get control of the entire economic system of the world. We're not going to be tyrannical, because there will be power that will be exerted by all the other nations who share responsibility, but we're going to be the only nation that the world will trust. And so with that, what's going to happen is Trump's got a couple of pieces to his plan. I'm freelancing here. I don't want to go too much into these slides. And he's going to give us a stable coin. And what's the stable coin have to do? That's part of our strategic reserve. It forces you to do what? To buy treasuries, which are bonds, which is going to help us. We'll have a financial bond collapse, but it's going to help mitigate it, right? And so basically he's got that in his coffer. And then think about what's going to happen when we have all the revenue coming in from IMAC. So bottom line is, America is also going to have a banking system, and I want to hold that off until we get to the right place. So IMAC payments rail will be denominated in US dollars. And then he said the last card here on this slide is America will be the crypto capital of the world. So now let's analyze that. There's 2 to 3 billion people in the world, in India and China and other nations that aren't banked. And if America is now on a gold system, America is the most trusted nation in the world, those people are going to come and transact business for pure convenience and safety and security in US dollars. So do you see what's happening? BRICS card has already been negated.
Bye-bye,
Comments
Rick.
before we go on, Michael?
No, that's just fantastic. I until Biden was gone, I felt that the BRICS was probably going to take over. But when Trump came back in, I was like, okay, BRICS is done. And we're seeing that collapse happen like you're talking about. It's fantastic.
He leveraged India, and he leveraged Russia. And now they're on our side because they see who the winning side is. So this is what you were talking about before. And there's that conversation that happened where Putin and Trump got together, and they said it's England and it's Ukraine that want to keep this war going on. But Russia has some problems. The Ukrainian drones now have range, and they've been bombing the oil. And basically, I'm going to just read you some facts about the financial condition that Russia's in, which makes it make sense that they now want to have a peace agreement. So Russia's refineries are being bombed. March oil exports are down 43%. Reports that military are experiencing fuel shortages. The economy is collapsing, and Russia's army is experiencing serious attrition. They've got a kill zone set up with all those drones, and basically the attrition rate of the soldiers is the highest it's ever been in any war I've ever heard of. So let me stop again, because that's another area of your expertise. Do you want to comment on any of that?
Yeah, I think Russia's been doing a fairly good job of destroying NATO and the Nazi system. But yeah, it has its limits. And I think it's coming to that point where they're ready to negotiate, like we're talking about, and work with the United States.
Yeah. Should we go to the next one?
Yeah.
This one's got some important stuff in it. Look at that graphic. Bretton Woods Agreement. And what did it say? We, the world, will give you the ability to be the world's reserve currency, provided that you give us an exchange where we can turn your dollars in for gold at any point in time. And we did it until 1971, when England orchestrated the financial crisis that led Nixon to say, we temporarily suspend the conversion of dollars into gold. Well, that temporary suspension is in effect to this very day. And so let's go on down. That happened in 1971. And then Britain orchestrated creation of a super capitalist communist economy led by China. And that led to the birth not of the British free trade system, but now relabeled as the Chinese free trade system. And the U.S. is decoupling from Europe, and Trump announces withdrawal of 5,000 troops from Germany, which has got NATO scrambling, because Trump has basically said, we're going to eventually get out of the UN. We're going to get out of NATO. We're not going to support you. You're going to have to take care of your own self. We've carried the burden as long as we can. We're no longer going to be the police force. We're going to do what's in our best interest, not what's in your best interest. And let's go down. So for 76 years, Britain and Europe has used America at extraordinary cost as a puppet to control and safeguard their interest. Post-war order is over. Basically, we're changing, and what are we going back to? The American economic system that made us great in the first place. And we're going to control the Straits of Iran and Hormuz and all the proxies, and we're going to end the wars in the Middle East and all the chaos and all the financial pandemonium that creates, and we're going to lead into the Abraham Accords getting teeth. And now in this next slide, we're going to talk about a couple of very important things about money, M-O-N-E-Y. So we're going to restore the American economic system. The Iran war will end control of the Straits and Britain's and Iran's control over the proxies, and therefore all the instability that we see in the Middle East is going to quiet down. And the EU is withdrawing from OPEC. And what does that mean? They were under constraints as to how much oil they could produce. So the shorter something is in demand, the higher the price is. The more there's instability, the higher the price. So now we're going to have peace and prosperity in the Middle East, and all prices are going to go down a lot, I think. So that's coming out of that. And then here's the big one. Why? Is Jared Kushner the best negotiator in the world? I don't know. But I think he had a secret trump card. And here's what it is that basically we've negotiated some very powerful economic deals with him, such as being part of the IMEX situation. That's going to make trillions of dollars for people. But Trump was smart enough to know that Iran was going to attack his Arab nations, pressure on that oil production. So what did he do? The unthinkable. This one caught me off guard. We've got the dome that we're creating over Canada and the United States, right? There's the Iron Dome over Israel, right? Well, what he did is he created an Iron Dome over the Arab nations, and they received more missiles than did Israel, and we shot them down. And that solidified our relationship with the Arab nations, with Saudi Arabia. Now they are our bosom buddies, and Iran is their mortal enemy. And they said to Trump, don't stop, take him out, take him down completely. So that was something that I truly didn't expect. That one surprised me. And then we go on down, look at that black graphic down below. This just happened in an announcement. The White House U.S. Department of Defense office creates a strategic capital bank. So what that means is we got $210 billion that are in that bank that say, we don't have to go to Congress. If we've got some kind of really significant technology that we need to get out, we'll get the ball rolling and we'll bring in private capital, and we will not hold up the deployment of this $18 trillion worth of factories. We won't have to go around the regulations. We'll be able to have the money. We'll be able to go right to the juggler. And Trump says, you give us $1 billion and I'll get your factories built. Now we have the money to circumvent Congress and to get it done, so that $18 trillion is no longer a promise. It's actually happening, because the other thing that happened is that money was coming from the tariffs, and basically he got the Supreme Court to say you can levy a 15% tariff on every nation in the world as long as it's the same. And what's that mean? That means this tariff is no longer, it's no longer an executive order. It's codified, means it's long term. And now those promises are going to turn into real money coming in to build real factories. And let's go on down to the last thing on here. Rebirth the American economic system and bring back America's greatness. Not just make America great, but make America greater than it's ever been, and lead to the reimplementation of the American economic system and peace and prosperity. Comments, Michael, before we go on?
Yeah, this is fantastic. Puts me at peace with a lot of stuff that I was kind of confused about. So it all works very well. Good insight. Good insights from God. Thank you very much.
And actually, I'm going to say something. I did another show. That one slide I showed you with all the straits and everything. I used a map almost like that. And I finished the show, and God said, "Ha, you think you told the story?" And that's when he dumped all this on me. And I just had to go out and get the facts. So bam, there it was right at the end of that show. And I had it. And I spent all weekend. I got up on Saturday at 4:30 in the morning and started researching. It didn't stop till 2:30 in the afternoon.
Wow.
And then the following day, I put the slide presentation together in 2 days. So here we go. We're now going to go to China, because we got to see that all the superpowers are going to be brought to heel. So China is basically in deep donkey dong. And if you look at them, I think they're going to have to absolutely rethink whether they're going to attack Taiwan. Japan has seen them as a predator, and over the last few years, they've developed their military, and they are one smart cookie. And they have a railgun. Only first nation in the world to have a railgun. And so basically, they are a strategic force to be worried about. And then, even though they're not a specific ally of ours, India has a formidable navy, and they're against them. And then you've got every nation over there: Japan, South Korea, Taiwan. They're all on our side. And if you look at the blue graphic to the other side, and you can read that, all of those are U.S. assets, U.S. naval bases, U.S. facilities. And now what's happened over the last 2 or 3 years, where China's been threatening to attack Taiwan, we under shipments that were made that were somehow or other kept from surveillance, we have loaded that island up into an island fortress.
Wow.
And now they are virtually indispensable. They have long-range missiles, and it's only about 120 miles across that strait. With the missiles that they were given, they can strike all the coast of China, and that's where all their infrastructure is, where all the ports are, in a matter of seconds, 0 time to respond. And if they try to attack Taiwan, they now have been given the weaponry that says that any amphibian vehicle coming will be blown out while it's in the water before it ever lands. So they're going to have to think really hard how important it is to attack. And if I'm right, and if actually Xi Jinping is on our side, I think this is just bluster to keep the world all upset. And I don't think, personally, I don't think it's going to happen. I think the calculus has just changed. So we're almost done. So I see this next slide coming up, and this is my summary slide. And then there's just one last one. So this is what I think Trump has orchestrated with the events that started with Venezuela, and then so that he could create the oil squeeze, went over to Iran to create the war, went down and negotiated deals with the oil producing Middle East nations, and then got the permission to rebuild Gaza and to build this absolutely incredible logistics channel so that we can take back control of the world, and they can no longer create this hostage situation that Iran and their proxies and England have been creating. So what comes out of this? National security for the United States and the world, removal of the nuclear threat from Iran, and establishment of secure trading routes so that the world can now trade with assurances that trade is not going to be turned against them every other day by some kind of an orchestrated crisis. Establish secure trade routes. Honest elections, that's going to come up partly out of Venezuela and what we found out with the election fraud there, and secure borders. So as we get control of our relationships with Mexico and with Canada, the borders are already pretty much shut down, but we're now going to have to get those people who refuse to assimilate, who came here. And what did Maduro say? This was really telling. Maduro said, well, I just did what Biden told me to do. We put all the people that were in insane asylums, let them out. We allowed all our criminals released, and we sent them to America as a gift to basically destroy America from within. So the world realizes America is too strong a military power to take exclusively from without, but if they can have an insurrection within at the same time, then maybe they could take us down. So all those people who are fighting ICE, you need to put your heads on, spin them around from the backwards to the front, and you need to say, we got to get these people out of here. They're an army of concursion. And then we've got sovereign currency coming, because we're going to go to a gold-backed system. And if you don't have sovereign currency, you don't have a nation to be sovereign over. If you don't have a sovereign border, you don't have a nation to be sovereign over. And then we're going to get back control, leadership role in manufacturing and trade. And America is going to merge basically first restoring its financial capability, its manufacturing capability, and its industrial prowess, and then help the rest of the world, just like we did following the Civil War when we invented the Industrial Revolution. And now, folks, this is your last chance to buy this book that tells you what made America great, how we lost it, how we're getting it back, and how we're going to keep it. And for those of you who got my first book, I'm sure you probably already bought this one because you know how good it was. This one, they're telling me, is even better. And all you got to do is click on that QR code. It'll take you where you can buy it. But if you don't know me and you're skeptical as to whether you should buy this, then just click on that QR code. It'll take you to my website, and I got a gift for you. I've got a chapter that you can read for free in order to decide if there's any valuable information in here. And here's what I'd say to you. If you think the information I do in these shows is valuable, then why would you wonder if whether the information in my books are valuable? So please, we are now at the point where we need an army of people to stand up and fulfill the roles of citizenship and step into the positions that need to be filled as we extricate our enemies from those positions. Please stand up and stand for the Republic, be a patriotic citizen, and play your part in restoring America and restoring the world. Michael, that's it. I'll turn it back to you for final comments. I always have to apologize because when I do one of these, it's a rip, and I just talk and talk and talk and talk.
I love it. Yeah, incredible information, Larry. Like I said, I feel much more at peace with this information that you revealed from God. It's amazing. You're like me. You get a little download, and you're just like, it's,
that's it.
It's amazing.
Well, that's something we have in common. We both get downloads from God. I mean, I couldn't do anything I do if He doesn't first point me. He makes me do the research, but he tells me where I have to go and what the problem is and what the solution is. Then all I have to do is go get the facts. And that's what I did here. He gave me the download on Friday, and on Saturday at 4:30 in the morning, I was up doing what I was told to do. That's it.
That's amazing. So yeah, definitely guys, help support Larry. Go to larryballard.com, get his free download, check it out, help him out, buy the book. I'm going to buy it after this. I'm looking forward to reading it, Larry. I love that title. Sorry, definitely where we need to be right now. If we don't, get involved, the link's in the description right now. The show notes. You guys want to jump over there and grab those. And Larry, thanks so much. Great information. I know it was kind of like you said last minute, I want to do this. I'm like, let's go, let's do it. So you jumped right on. Thanks so much.
No, thank you, Michael. I am really pleased that we got to meet one another. And oh, by the way, thank you for having your people patch me when I was in all that pain down there. So I'm talking to them. I'm not ready to start marketing that product yet because frankly, I need some money to hire somebody to help me do it. But I've logged it in the background, and I am going to do it.
Well, that's great.
So thank you.
We'll keep you until you get the opportunity to, go further. So we're going to help you out because there's no reason to be in pain these days. You're really focused on this, on your work, and sometimes you can't make all the income that you want. But I hope everybody will come in and help support you. It's very important.
Well, thank you, Michael. We'll look forward to doing another one soon. God has given me some incredible downloads. I put some stuff together that are on that bond crisis. We can do more on that down the road if you want. Now I'm going to be still doing my 3 shows this week, even though I'll be out of town. I'm going to go. I probably need to plug this for Mary Carly. I don't know if you're going to be there, but I'm going to be at her event in Vegas and speaking there. And are you going to be there?
No, we have another event we're going to in Hawaii.
Oh, that's right. I remembered. Tracy told me about it. Congratulations. I'm a little jealous. Don't get a sunburn. Wear a hat.
I'll do my best. I got some good, very good, high quality, natural sunscreen. So
there you go. All right. We'll see you next time.
All right, Larry. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Be blessed.
Next time. All right. Appreciate it.
Restored Republic via GCR update. Judy note. September 30, 2025 President Trump, as Commander-in-Chief and under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declared the restoration of the American Republic, common law sovereignty, and martial law, while he dissolved the privately owned by deep state Satan-worshipping treasonous cabal Bankers Corporation, U.S. Incorporated. Now a code red has sounded, the emergency broadcast system, activated, 8-hour Starlink test, completed, Nizar and Jazara freedom from debt laws, active, quantum financial system payments, live, redemption centers, open. It's the beginning of a new golden age, end of poverty, end of debt. It all goes back to September 30, 2025 in Virginia. President Trump, as Commander-in-Chief and under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declared the restoration of the American Republic. Common law sovereignty and martial law, while he dissolved the privately owned by deep state Satan-worshipping treasonous cabal Bankers Corporation, U.S. Incorporated. From that day forward, by lawful command under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ, every flag officer of the United States Armed Forces by oath and by law, was bound to obey lawful orders of Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump. All military outposts and operations abroad that were established under British Commonwealth or foreign dominion would be lawfully closed or transferred, securing America's independence in full. The U.S. was now a sovereign constitutional republic, no more foreign rule. The era of foreign manipulation, unconstitutional governance, and globalist occupation was over. This declaration of authority and summons, issued and signed directly by Trump, marked the end of Admiralty law rule and the rebirth of the constitutional republic. Trump invoked common law sovereignty, which predated modern legal systems, rooted in natural law and God-given rights. This placed him in legal alignment with the founding principles of America, not corporate statutes. Trump ended foreign control over U.S. military assets, bases, operations, and agreements made under British/Commonwealth rule, such as those from post-World War II arrangements were revoked. The fraudulent structure of U.S. Incorporated, created to enslave America under foreign debt, admiralty courts, and endless war, was officially declared defunct. Common law was re-established. The deep state was now legally overthrown. Sunday, May 3, 2026, breaking update. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Soon the emergency broadcast system would bring in that martial law to protect us while Trump's global military alliance finished bringing down a Satan-worshipping deep state cabal. Nizar and Jazara laws, freedom from debt to the cabal, have been activated across the globe. It's the end of poverty, end of debt and the beginning of a new golden age. This week the old banking system, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and J.P. Morgan, was expected to collapse, with the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system taking over as stock markets crash, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Tier 4B notifications to set exchange appointments would not come through a bank, but through government-secured portals of the U.S. Treasury, Mr. Pool on X, reversed red triangle emoji, they just built the portal. And nobody noticed. 2 days ago, Trump signed an executive order creating a federal government website where 50 million Americans will register their financial accounts directly with the Treasury Department. Read that. On Friday 1st of May midnight 2026 Project Odin and the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, final sequence was initiated, a 8-hour Starlink test. Expect controlled blackouts to shield the transition. Saturday, May 2nd 2026, Code Red. EBS ready, 8-hour Starlink test completed, full national broadcast system activated. On Friday, May 1st 2026 at midnight there was a test of the emergency broadcast system, the greatest sting operation ever. Military units have been mobilizing worldwide for a coordinated strike to destroy the globalist power structure. Global blackout and emergency broadcast system EBS activation soon. Normal communication will cease for 10 days, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Saturday, May 2nd 2026 when the EBS activates, the world will hear the truth. Every child trafficked, every war funded, every bioweapon developed, it will all be exposed. Trump is ready. The patriots are ready, and nothing can stop what is coming. It's only wise to have at least a month's supply of food, water, cash, medicine and essential items on hand for yourself, your family and to share with others in case of emergency. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Saturday, May 2nd 2026 Attention, confirmed today. I just got the new mission clock, and the time is running out. The last day of this world has begun. Stays alert. Watch everything. Nothing will ever be the same after tonight. Global wealth distribution, GWD, based on trade and sovereignty means that every QFS account worldwide will be solely owned by the account holder, not a bank or government. Tier 4B martial law on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026. The EBS test has gone off in the USA. Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026. EBS activation, Paul White, White House Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation scheduled for May 1, 2026. Washington, D.C., April 28, 2026. The White House and the Department of Homeland Security announced today that a nationwide test and activation of the emergency broadcast system. Sunday, May 3, 2026. Midnight window opening, all systems go. The Global Military Alliance sources in charge of the new gold/asset-backed global quantum financial system said QFS accounts were in full sync, with prosperity packages primed for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers were on standby. IQD, VND, ZIM rates were rapidly aligning. Saturday, May 2, 2026, official. White Hat Military takes control of global money system, NISA active, QFS payments live, redemption centers open, trillions released. Pray. Have patience. Trust the plan. Judy note, so many have been victimized. A prime example were the victims of man-made fires of Maui, Hawaii, who after 3 years of homelessness were now undergoing even more abuse. Friday, April 24, 2026. Maui, Hawaii's former chief of staff has filed a new lawsuit against Mayor Richard Bisson in the county of Maui alleging grant fraud, retaliation, and wrongful termination, and the tormented native Hawaiians who are still homeless and jobless from August 2023 fires, were being made to pay for thousands in legal fees. It wasn't enough that apparently the deep state sent 2 bombs that disseminated Lahaina and other native villages on the island of Maui, Hawaii on August 8, 2023. It was highly suspected that the culprits wanted to use the very valuable land, that was the capital of the natives' Kingdom of Hawaii, to build a smart city where the cabal could control the population. It wasn't enough that many native Hawaiian children and adults were burned alive during the man-made fires, while over 1,200 children and teens went missing and were still unaccounted for. It wasn't enough that the fires destroyed 2,207 homes and displaced over 5,000 victims, 4,500 of whom were still homeless, with over 2,500 victims still living on the beaches 3 years later. It wasn't enough that donated money was used to build a handful of temporary homes, that the Democratic government charged high fees for victims to rent out. It wasn't enough that the Democratic government funding to feed homeless victims ran out years ago. It wasn't enough that the Democratic government has only allowed 169 homes to be rebuilt, with 2,038 not rebuilt, while only 310 have been allowed to go through the permit process and 1,728 unaccounted for. It wasn't enough that the homeless natives were being refused permits to build on their own land handed down to them from their forefathers because the Democratic government wouldn't recognize their deeds to the land. No, that wasn't enough for the Democratic government. Now Maui's Mayor Richard Bisson has been brought into court charged with grant fraud. Back in March of 2024, Bisson was tied to a grant for more than $45,000 for a company that didn't exist and another grant of almost the same amount that went to his personal family. And, now homeless Maui residents were paying thousands for lawsuits against Bisson. Maui's mayor accused of fraud cover-up, new lawsuit filed. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Saturday, May 2, 2026. Phase 1 complete, 11,914 clones flagged, 5,922 already gone. Patriot Freedom on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026. Tyler Perry Studios in Atlanta, Georgia has an exact full-size replica of the White House and was suspected to be one of the locations of the fake Biden inauguration. Sunday, May 3, 2026. Ancient Phoenician, Canaanites worshipped Saturn, Khazarian Mafia fake Jews, worship Saturn, Muslims worship Saturn, Freemasons worship Saturn, the Jesuits black nobility, at the Vatican, worship Saturn, Catholics worship the doggone god Satan. While Vatican popes claim to worship both God and Satan before each new pope is ordained, Ra, Osiris, Moloch, Baal, Enki/Ea, Kronos, Dagda, Zervan, Ptah, are archetypes of Saturn. Saturn is Lucifer, the 17th letter on Telegram. Joe Biden was executed at Gitmo on June 17, 2020 after a military tribunal found him guilty of high treason, subversion of the Constitution, collusion with foreign powers and crimes against humanity, including the farming out of his 200-acre property in Ukraine. His inauguration was actually a funeral partially filmed on a Hollywood movie set, and the Biden presidency was played by actors, doubles and clones, allowing Obama to control another term as U.S. president. Sunday, May 3, 2026. The deep state continues to shield Hillary Clinton from accountability, but justice appears to be unfolding in secret military tribunals at Gitmo. This uncovers hidden trials, deep corruption, and the elite's desperate cover-up of her crimes under U.S. Code 2071. Sunday, May 3, 2026 were copies made of the Wider laptop, and is this why 9+ cops ended up dead? The government would fall and lives would change overnight if the information on the laptop was ever released. Who has the tapes, and would it be a good thing to release the tapes to finally get some accountability? Chief Stephen Silks allegedly threatened the FBI to indict Hillary Clinton and other elite individuals mentioned in the emails and videos, and if they didn't, they would go to the press and drop the evidence. 10 total, some within days of each other, over a very short total period of time. The commissioner's exact words were, "What the hell is going on here?" Be possible timing Sunday, May 3, 2026 midnight window opening, all systems go. Military sources say QFS accounts in full sync, prosperity packages primed for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. IQD, VND, Zoom rates aligning rapidly. Project Odin and DBS final sequence initiated. Controlled blackouts to shield the transition, Project Odin on Telegram. On Sunday, May 3, 2026, White Hat sources and global military alliance insiders worldwide activation as the satanic deep state cabal faces its final collapse. Wednesday, May 13, 2026, the EBS emergency broadcast system will begin in every country of the world. Through May 14, 2026, Project Sandman, US dollar crash, was expected to kick off. On Friday, May 15, 2026, when Kevin Warsh takes over as head of the Federal Reserve, he was expected to announce to the general public the global currency reset of 209 nations, including death of the fiat federal dollar, which was replaced by the gold/asset-backed U.S. Treasury note. Monday, May 18, 2026, Q clock will strike the 00 marker. Sunday, 7th of June, 2026, Nuremberg Trials 2.0 to begin. Throughout late May and June 2026, major revelations continue. QFS thrives, justice tribunals proceed, and humanity embraces perfect health free from cabal poisons. This divine technology restores body and spirit, repairs generational harm, and launches a starseed future of peace. The Alliance mission is victorious. Trust the plan as light wins and a new sovereign golden era begins for all. WWG1GA. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. See Sunday, May 3, 2026 Global Emergency Alert, QFS activation and DBS blackout imminent. The end is here. The old world dies to the cabal's fiat empire, built on debt, deception, and control, is collapsing under the weight of irrefutable truth. Quantum financial system, QFS, is now fully live and overriding every central bank ledger worldwide. Gold-backed, quantum secured, incorruptible. No more manipulation. No more theft. No more hidden accounts for the elite. Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation sequence has begun. Which meant that the entire Congress would be overthrown, the U.S. incorporated government would be shut down, as well as other nations' governments. Which meant that Trump would use his global military alliance to activate martial law worldwide. Saturday, May 2, 2026, the White Hats have seized control. This week President Trump stated, "We're gonna need more popcorn this weekend." Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday, May 3, 2026 Emergency Broadcast System Alert, everything is about to change. It's the official end of the old debt-ridden control system and start of the new system. The Starlink satellite system now has complete control of our new financial system and TV, radio and internet broadcasts. We're locked, loaded and functioning. The old fiat currency SWIFT global financial system has been shut down, while the new gold/asset-backed global financial system is functioning worldwide. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, overrides every screen and phone worldwide. Worldwide communication blackout. Soon on cell phones worldwide 7 trumpets will sound, urging us to tune into our TV, radio and internet where temporary global martial law was being declared to protect us while the global military alliance made mass arrests of treasonous deep state global elites. With the global military alliance arresting most of Congress, martial law will stay in effect until fair and transparent elections can be held. The EBS would announce over cell phones, TV, radio and internet worldwide that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be in a place of their choice for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. The EBS will broadcast for 10 to 12 days over all TV, radio and internet across the globe. Anizar and Jazara announcement. There will be 3 days of darkness for planned cyber attacks where the internet is down, communications cut. There will be 10 days of disclosure where a single website, one web channel with broadcast 8-hour documentaries of disclosure truth bombs rotating 24/7. During those 10 to 13 days across the globe, planes and trains will be shut down, banks will be closed, ATMs and credit/debit cards will not work in preparation for migration into the new quantum financial system. Phones will only work for 911 calls, but the military will make available a Signal app which will secure regular cell phone use through the new Starlink satellite system and quantum computer. Be prepared, but if you do not have essentials like food and water to last during the lockdown, the military will supply what is needed. E-Global Currency Reset Sunday, May 3, 2026 midnight window opening, all systems go. Military sources say QFS accounts in full sync, prosperity packages primed for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers on standby. IQD, VND, Zoom rates aligning rapidly. Project Odin and DBS final sequence initiated. Controlled blackouts to shield the transition. Project Odin on Telegram. Monday, May 4, 2026, designated celebration day for Iraq and the day they will pay their contractors in the new dinar rate. Tuesday, May 5, 2026, Quantum Financial System announcement. Wednesday, May 13, 2026, the EBS emergency broadcast system will begin in every country of the world. Thursday, May 14, 2026, Project Sandman, US dollar crash, was expected to kick off. As of Friday, May 15, 2026, 50 million Americans will have their money accounts registered not with a privately owned by the Cabal Bank, which won't exist much longer, but with the people-owned and safe U.S. Treasury that contained their 50 million accounts. Citizens had direct U.S. Treasury access at TrumpIRA.gov. No bank, or bank fees required. They just built the portal. And nobody noticed. 2 days ago, Trump signed an executive order creating a federal government website where 50 million Americans will register their financial accounts directly with the Treasury Department. Friday, May 15, 2026, millions of American workers gained powerful new tools to build long-term wealth thanks to President Trump's executive order establishing TrumpIRA.gov. That activates on Friday, May 15, 2026. The initiative delivers up to $1,000 in federal matching contributions and expands access to alternative assets and retirement accounts, putting real money back in the pockets of working families. Monday, May 18, 2026, Q clock will strike the 00 marker. Sunday, 7th of June, 2026, Nuremberg Trials 2.0 to begin. Timeline: on Friday, 1st of May midnight 2026, Project Odin and the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, final sequence was initiated, a 8-hour Starlink test. Expect controlled blackouts to shield the transition. Saturday, May 2, 2026, Code Red. EBS ready, 8-hour Starlink test completed, full national broadcast system activated. On Friday, May 1, 2026 at midnight there was a test of the emergency broadcast system, the greatest sting operation ever. Military units have been mobilizing worldwide for a coordinated strike to destroy the globalist power structure. Global blackout and emergency broadcast system EBS activation soon. Normal communication will cease for 10 days, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026 when the EBS activates, the world will hear the truth. Every child trafficked, every war funded, every bioweapon developed, it will all be exposed. Trump is ready. The patriots are ready, and nothing can stop what is coming. It's only wise to have at least a month's supply of food, water, cash, medicine and essential items on hand for yourself, your family and to share with others in case of emergency. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026 attention, confirmed today. I just got the new mission clock, and the time is running out. The last day of this world has begun. Stays alert. Watch everything. Nothing will ever be the same after tonight. Global Wealth Distribution, GWD, based on trade and sovereignty means that every QFS account worldwide will be solely owned by the account holder, not a bank or government. Tier 4B martial law on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026. The EBS test has gone off in the USA. Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Saturday, May 2, 2026. Breaking news: White House Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, activation scheduled for May 1, 2026. Washington, D.C., April 28, 2026. The White House and the Department of Homeland Security announced today that a nationwide test and activation of the emergency broadcast system. Sunday, May 3, 2026. Midnight window opening, all systems go. The Global Military Alliance sources in charge of the new gold/asset-backed global quantum financial system said QFS accounts were in full sync, with prosperity packages primed for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B redemption centers were on standby. IQD, VND, ZIM rates were rapidly aligning. Saturday, May 2, 2026, official. White Hat Military takes control of global money system, NISA active, QFS payments live, redemption centers open, trillions released. Sunday, May 3, 2026. Global alert: QFS escalation phase level 4B live. Wolverine, secure live transmission from the trading floor at the Master Control Center in Reno/Zurich/Hong Kong. The global rollout of the ISO 20022 rainbow currency has now reached 97.8% synchronization across 209 sovereign treasuries. The final nodes are currently being activated. The simultaneous launch of the GCR/RV became mathematically irreversible on January 19, 2026, at 3:17 UTC, an irreversible trajectory with no possibility of return, which continues to accelerate exponentially. In the last 14 hours, more than 41,000 Level 4B private exchange pools received encrypted notification packets via secure quantum channels. Military SKR transfers were completed in the main liquidity reserves in Baghdad and Dubai. The first wave of 800 hash release sequence tests was executed in 7 protected zones, with a 300% peak in biometric wallet activation overnight. Hidden information: decode this. Sovereign interest screens are now again displaying asset-based 1-to-1 parity spreads, exposing outdated street rates as mere shadows. Off-ledger mirror accounts were moved to the ledger in synchronized waves, leading to confirmation of the Dragon family's gold and silver-linked asset swap in Hong Kong vaults. Liquidity reserves in Zimbabwe, Hong Kong, and Moscow were flooded with new gold-backed digital certificates, with quantum entanglement security locks fully activated to prevent any form of interference. Military-protected exchange hubs report that humanitarian and infrastructure project portfolios are being activated in order of priority. The verified Tier 4A settlements are complete, and the NISA debt Jubilee packages are being loaded and distributed. This is not anticipation. This is execution. The secure floor confirms, the greater transfer of wealth is accelerating, while fiduciary illusions vanish under the reality of the gold standard. Sunday, May 3, 2026. Hidden deep within America's vaults, for half a century, a sealed reserve of American gold has remained untouched, preserved for a ritual known only to a select few. Every 50 years, the U.S. Mint opens this guarded chamber to release a small portion of gold meant to mark a national turning point. Now, as the United States approaches its 250-year milestone, the tradition returns. What is created from this gold is not merely currency, it is a fragment of heritage, a symbol of a nation shaped by resilience, hope, and unbroken spirit. A quiet echo of America's journey born once every half-century, we the people on Telegram. This week the old banking system, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and J.P. Morgan, was expected to collapse, with the QFS taking over as stock markets crash. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Tier 4B notifications to set exchange appointments will not come through a bank, but through government-secured portals of the U.S. Treasury that go live for the general public. Sunday, May 3, 2026, boom. Scott Bessent, Trump is waging economic war on British-controlled central banks, it's happening behind the missiles. Sunday, May 3, 2026, U.S. debt clock detonates, Dividend dollar equals freedom in your wallet. America's sovereign wealth reserve rises, while globalist banks collapse under their own greed. Sunday, May 3, 2026, boom. Shocking Senate expose, $1 trillion in taxpayer money stolen annually, funding terrorism, child trafficking, and luxury goods. G-Restored Republic, Sunday, May 3, 2026, breaking update. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. The EBS will bring in temporary martial law to protect us while Trump's global military alliance brought down a Satan-worshipping deep state cabal. Saturday, May 2, 2026 breaking intel, scare necessary event, White Hats unleashed, military operations, New World Order, Deep State, CIA, NATO, Russia, Wagner Group, Epstein, global collapse, military coup, QTN on Telegram. As nations teeter on the precipice of political and military maneuvers, the world watches closely. In an era of disinformation and stealth, a pattern of global power shift emerges from the shadows. The United States deployed 7 naval fleets consisting of 180 to 350 warships across 22 time zones. The number of Marines entering key operations has surged. Over 24 African countries have shifted allegiance to Russia, forming alliances and distancing from the UN and NATO backers. Putin has declared the end of the New World Order, with the Wagner Group deployed to challenge Western bases in Africa. These events connect to the deep state exposure. The recent U.S. elections were a strategic military operation to uncover corruption. Trump's executive orders against interference are now in play with military protocols. The Biden administration is viewed as operating a fallen U.S. corporation dismantled under Trump. The CIA and allied intelligence agencies have controlled governments alongside banking elites. Facing collapse, the deep state engineers global chaos. Military coups in over 30 nations, blackouts, and breakdowns are anticipated. White Hat forces have plans to restore order quickly during this scare-necessary event. A coalition of White Hats including Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, and RFK Jr. is unleashed against child trafficking. The next 10 months will bring revelations that alter history. Operations will dismantle the rings through raids and alliances. Epstein's files will expose ties to the Bidens, Ukraine, CIA, MI6, and Mossad. Evidence was secured early by special forces. Obama, Trudeau, and Hollywood figures face exposure of their secret connections and double lives. The U.S. corporation is done and fallen under White Hat military control. Global politicians realize they were manipulated in elections and crises. Billionaires join the Great Awakening movement with military alliances, climate, and AI. As the storm builds, arrests and truths accelerate. This pivotal battle ends the human trafficking epidemic in the old order. Justice prevails as truth reshapes the world. Saturday, May 2, 2026 public advised to evacuate from these cities: 1. New York City 2, Los Angeles 3, Chicago 4, Philadelphia 5, Washington, D.C. 6, Houston 7, Nashville 8, New Orleans 9, Charlotte 10, San Francisco 11, Detroit 12, Seattle 13, Atlanta 14, Las Vegas 15, Baltimore 16, Boston 17, Miami. And Sunday, May 3, 2026 Code Red, Starlink EBS system activated, 8-hour test confirms new national communication grid, Tier 4B martial law on Telegram. The emergency broadcast system has entered a new phase with extended test runs across the Starlink satellite network. These 8-hour operations mark the transition toward a direct communication infrastructure that bypasses traditional ground-based systems and centralized media channels. At its core, this shift represents more than just a technical upgrade. It signals the move toward a decentralized, high-speed communication network capable of delivering alerts and information directly to devices without reliance on legacy infrastructure. In economic terms, this reduces systemic vulnerability tied to outdated networks and opens the door for a more resilient national communication backbone. The previous system depended heavily on terrestrial networks, corporate media pipelines, and centralized control points. These layers created inefficiencies, delays, and exposure to both internal mismanagement and external interference. The integration of Starlink changes that structure completely. With satellite-based transmission, communication becomes faster, more secure, and significantly harder to disrupt. Low-latency connectivity ensures real-time data flow, while distributed infrastructure minimizes the risk of total system failure. This is critical not only for emergency messaging but also for financial stability, logistics coordination, and national operations. The 8-hour test cycles are designed to simulate full-scale activation scenarios. These runs validate signal strength, device compatibility, and nationwide coverage across urban and rural regions. From an operational standpoint, this ensures continuity in critical situations, including disruptions to traditional infrastructure or high-demand crisis events. The economic implications are substantial. A stable and secure communication network directly supports supply chains, transportation systems, energy coordination, and financial transactions. Any disruption in these sectors carries massive economic cost, which is why infrastructure resilience has become a top priority. Another key impact is equal access. Satellite distribution removes geographic limitations, giving rural and previously underserved areas the same level of connectivity as major urban centers. This creates a more balanced economic environment, where information flow is no longer concentrated in specific regions. For industries such as agriculture, logistics, and energy, this means faster response times, better coordination, and improved efficiency. In a broader sense, it strengthens national productivity by ensuring that all sectors operate on the same communication level. The rollout also reflects a wider strategic shift toward independent infrastructure. By reducing reliance on external systems and outdated networks, the country moves toward greater operational control and long-term stability. Americans have been hoodwinked by this hypocrisy and cover-up. The situation calls out the failure to maintain integrity in the political system. The private server was a deliberate move to evade oversight. Classified national security details flowed through it, risking enemy access. Labeled careless by investigators, the actions violated 18 U.S. Code Section 2071 and should have ended her career. Deep state complicity protected Clinton as the Washington machine looks after its own. Agencies like the FBI had grounds to act but chose elite loyalty over justice, creating a rigged system. Theories indicate that Clinton and other elites face military tribunals at Guantanamo Bay for treason and crimes against humanity. These secret proceedings delivered justice away from public eyes and compromised courts. Many believe the military works quietly to avoid unrest while dismantling threats to the republic one by one. This silent operation targets those who betrayed the nation. There is no room for traitors in America. Guilty parties deserve the full consequences to restore the rule of law and deter future betrayals. Hillary Clinton's legacy is corruption and deceit toward the American people. The U.S. Code demands her disqualification, but protection from the elite persists. Citizens demand an end to the double standards. It is time to root out government corruption and restore integrity. Without accountability, the rule of law will fail, threatening the republic. Trump's answer: "We're going to look at it." He already knows. On April 29, sitting with the Artemis II astronauts, Trump said, "Pilots saw things you wouldn't believe. We will release a lot of things that we haven't." His February executive order forced the Pentagon, CIA, FBI, and NSA to declassify unidentified aerial phenomenon records. Sunday, May 3, 2026. The new order let me explain what just happened in 72 hours. Mr. Poole. Final chapter. Trump blockaded Iran's oil ports on April 13. As of today, $4.8 billion in Iranian oil revenue, gone. Over 40 tankers seized or turned away. The Strait of Hormuz is now American water. Iran begged for a deal. Trump said no. Not satisfied. Iran sent a second proposal through Pakistan. Trump said no again. We might be better off without a deal. That's not negotiation. That's a man who already won and is deciding how much to take. Then he turned to Europe. Germany criticized the Iran war. Trump's response: 5,000 troops pulled out. Effective immediately. Italy criticized him. Spain criticized him. His answer: why shouldn't I leave? They criticized us. The United States just withdrew military protection from 3 NATO allies in 1 week. Nobody stopped him. Nobody could. The Senate blocked the War Powers Resolution 6 times. Congress won't challenge him. NATO won't challenge him. Iran can't challenge him. Do you understand what you're watching? This isn't a president managing a crisis. This is a man restructuring the global power hierarchy in real time. The old order, NATO, the UN, the EU, they're watching their relevance disappear by the hour. $4.8 billion seized. 3 allies punished. 1 enemy on its knees. And it's only made. The world they built after 1945 is being dismantled. Not in secret. Not slowly. In broad daylight. With a smile. They told you he was dangerous. They were right. Just not for the people they claimed. Hormuz locked / NATO dead. Saturday, May 2, 2026. Woman who lives only 1.6 miles from the Meta data center in Wisconsin speaks out. She says their water system has been completely destroyed, the 17th letter on Telegram. She says there is discharge that turns the entire river white like milk. She paid for testing and found extremely high heavy metal levels. I live on a horse farm and I am an educator. For almost 450 years, a natural creek has flowed through my property. It's 20 feet wide, up to 4 feet deep. It has persisted through drought, flood, seasonal change. It's part of a connected system. Groundwater, tributaries, watersheds, aquifers ultimately flowing into Beaver Dam Lake. Until construction began upstream on the data center, its behavior was stable and predictable. After construction started, all of that changed. Here in Beaver Dam, the creek began to stop flowing entirely without rainfall. It would abruptly return often cloudy and opaque like milk. With enough force to cause drastic erosion and damage, water testing on my property shows elevated strontium, a very dangerous metal, and other indicators consistent with deep groundwater influence. Saturday, May 2, 2026, it's happening now. Here is the full list of Epstein pedophiles going to Gitmo. They will all be executed by the military on Trump's direct orders. Trump Truth Revolution on Telegram. The Epstein Files Transparency Act signed by President Trump on November 19, 2025, forced the release of millions of pages of records in early 2026. These documents expose the trafficking networks. Lists of participants come from the unredacted files. Manifests show repeated trips with minors. Logs place them at the island during abuse. Records track exploitation payments. These pedophiles compromised U.S. sovereignty with favors for open borders, wars, and harmful policies. Tribunals see their actions as treason against the Republic and its children. Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago and the files confirm his non-involvement. Gitmo expanded in 2026 for the effort. Tribunals proceed continuously with no delays or appeals. This purge ends long-standing deep state immunity. New names emerge weekly. Each execution removes a node from the globalist network. The pedophiles destroyed lives while weakening America. The military removes them permanently with no mercy. Evidence comes from the Epstein files. Guilty parties transport to Gitmo for execution. This cleanup restores American sovereignty. The battle concludes when the last pedophile faces justice. Why Sunday, May 3, 2026. The IRS building in Washington just went dark. No lights. No employees. No explanation. True patriot voice. Tuesday morning, 7,200 IRS workers arrived at the main headquarters on Constitution Avenue. The doors were locked. Armed military police stood at every entrance. No one was allowed in. The official memo sent to employees at 8:14 a.m., building closed for emergency infrastructure assessment. Report to remote work protocols until further notice. Infrastructure assessment. With military police. Inside sources confirm that DoD forensic teams entered the building at 3 a.m. They didn't come for the computers. They came for the basement. 3 sublevels that don't appear on any public blueprint. Servers that process transactions never reported to Congress. A parallel accounting system that tracked every dollar collected, and every dollar diverted. The IRS collected $4.7 trillion last year. The Treasury received $4.1 trillion. The missing $600 million went somewhere. Every year. For decades. Now they know where. The IRS isn't being audited. It's being dismantled. The building didn't go dark because of a pipe leak. It went dark because the receipts are being extracted before they can be destroyed. Code, IRS Dark, 600B missing/basement breach/dismantle active. They taxed you to fund their empire. The empire just lost its revenue stream.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So I'm wearing my beast shirt, but it's not for the negative side. All right. It's for our Spartan race that I did in 2019 in the mountains here in Lake Tahoe. It was super cold when I finished the race. It's like was it like 13? It's like a half marathon, but it was a little bit more than a half marathon, about 15 miles through the mountains and jumping into cold water. And some of it was frozen. You had to like break through the ice. Of course, that's my forte. I'm good at getting in cold water as a Navy SEAL. So I did really good with that race. Lots of obstacles. There was like 26 different obstacles, running through the mountains back when. And 2 weeks before, I'd done a bodybuilding contest and won it. So it's like, I was like, what? Why do I push myself so hard? Because that's what I do, right? So you guys, I see you guys are hot in the chat there. Now with all of you guys in the chat, and my shield ball that's in there with your wrenches to like crack the heads of the trolls. Have you guys been noticing a little bit extra more than usual? Let me know in the chat for my shield balls people. Hit that like. That's right. Hit the like and subscribe and get into LifeWave. That's right. So yes. So you guys have been noticing more than usual, huh? Georgia girl, thank you. So I can tell you that I have been noticing it as well, because occasionally I go into the chat, not all the time, but I have been going into the chat a little bit more than usual and making comments, and I see a lot of baddies in there, a lot of baddies, more than usual. Now, on top of that, there's been obviously a lot of suppression that's going on. My views are way down from what they normally are. Not as much on Rumble, but here on YouTube, absolutely. They've been doing a lot of very mysterious like suppression on my channel, saying you can't say that, you can't use that, lot more than usual. All right, so I've had to overcome a little bit of that. So now, you know that Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones they really came out hard, and some other top people, they really came out hard against President Trump, all of them, right? So I've been saying for a long time, there's a lot of people that are infiltrating in the truth community. I pointed some of them out over the years, and I just get so much blowback. I just don't care anymore. Well, I do care, but it seems like there's a lot of people that don't care. So I just gave it up because I got tremendous pushback on that, and I was like, okay, you guys are going to find out on your own then. So we had Alex Jones basically sign off from InfoWars. Candace Owens is going full retard, and a lot of the other Tucker Carlson, full retard. And I think they basically came in to infiltrate the MAGA and truther community, and basically at some point, of which we've just seen, to try and derail it. Did not work. It did not work. We're very focused, and we're very, God is on our side, right? So we're able to see through the evil side, right? The beast side, right? And again, I'm not wearing a beast shirt for the bad guy side. I'm wearing the beast shirt because I'm a beast, right? And the Spartan Beast was like an incredible event that I did. All right, so let's look at some of this. So Alex Jones InfoWar shut down. So a little bit, there was a little bit more in here. Where is it at? So here it is. Open Elon Musk X, and you will find people building on Jones's legacy as a purveyor of brain poisoning lies. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, and countless smaller figures as they apply InfoWars conspiratorial lens to everything from the real assassination of Charlie Kirk, Benjamin Netanyahu, paranoid, open, explicitly anti-Semitic, conspiracy theories, blah, blah, blah. So some of that, I I need to make a shirt. Conspiracy theorist, and then haha, I'm right. Something along those lines. So, conspiracy theory proven right. And I think that's very suspect. And it looks like you got a little bit of a streaming problem there. So if that continues, I'll switch over to another platform. We got some storming here, so that might be what's causing it. Or it could be because I'm revealing. And used to be they would really come after us while we're doing shows, and our streams would get interrupted. We haven't seen a lot of that. I've seen some of that in the past, and I've learned to switch over into other platforms at my disposal, and I don't say what those are, although you can see one of them in the background there. So thank you, Elon. So there's a lot of pushback going on right now. So we have talked about how in the past we would see emergency broadcasts system activated. We could be moving in that direction because these guys went they were activated to go full retard mode because I think the deep state is in desperation mode. So they were their puppets for a long time, hiding under the truther community and the MAGA community, and basically deep state said, go full retard. We control you, we puppet you, and we know you're going to be destroyed, but do it anyway, right? So you're at the disposal of Satan, Lucifer, which is the highest realm, I guess. As we've had Silicon Satan, Craig Lund on, and he's basically informed us that the Satanists are just little puppets of Luciferians. Luciferians are the top of the food chain. All right, so we'll go with that because he seems to be well informed on that. So Luciferians, deep state Luciferians are in desperation mode. We could see, like I said, the EBS activated at some point in the near future. People have talked about that for a long time. Our former friend, wherever he's at, in heaven or on, where's that one place where people go to escape, right? New Zealand. So we'll see in the future if he did or if he's, really, unfortunately, took himself out, right? So, the more I see about that, the more I'm like kind of leaning towards, because I don't feel him because I can usually feel when someone's here still or if they're gone, and I don't feel him out there. And that could be because there's a block, right? So I don't see him either here or not here, right? So sometimes when people have crossed the other side, I can communicate and feel them over there. So I don't feel him there. And that's kind of, this is one of those anomalies. So I'm not saying that he's gone, and I'm saying that he's here. All right. So that might be, a lot of you guys are like, well, you're not all that gifted then. I'm very gifted, but I think that this is on purpose, that there is this confusion because there's so many people that are onto this, and there's so much information and so many, potential timelines that are out there. And I don't know. I can't, Viking heaven. That's right. Valhalla. So we don't know exactly if David's here or if he's gone. Whatever happened, it was a good play on him being, of the persuasion of leaving by his own means, right? Which just does not make sense to me, or to Kerry Cassidy or people, that have been involved in this realm for quite some time. But, there's been stranger things that happened. So he basically, David Wilcock, for going back, he was talking about this 15, 20 years ago, it seems like, where he was talking about the EBS being activated. It never happened, obviously. Will it happen? I'm of the opinion that I think no. but it could. There's lots of different potentialities out there, lots of different timelines and so forth. Now, I see people that are talking about we're living in this kind of bubble of where things are being created and we don't really have that much control. I don't agree with that. I think we're living in something where we can create our reality. So some people think that it's not real. Then that's ridiculous to me, right? So of course we can create our own reality here. And I think the deeper and more spiritual connection that you have to the Creator God, the better you are at creating your reality and attracting people that are the same creator reality creationist. That I think that as you rise in consciousness, and there are people that have been in higher consciousness and have come down to this level, the angelic realm, that we have the ability to create on this level. And I feel that I've been on those levels and have come down into this reality and have done a lot of good things. And as you awaken to those potentialities, then you become even a greater creator. All right. So let's look at, some of these things out there that are kind of dark and create different realities. We can look at, for instance, the Paramount Pictures introduction, their 100th anniversary logo. Let's look at this. These are like fallen stars. Falling stars. How about that? Fallen angels. Fallen stars. Hollywood. City of Angels. Los Angeles. All right. So start to think a little bit bigger here. All right, so the fallen angels, Mount Hermon, right? Supposedly where the fallen angels came down in the biblical text. Now, the biblical text, they talk about that, and what they say is quite interesting. So Mount Hermon, let's look at what Mount Hermon looks like. Kind of similar to what we saw there. Now, they have changed that over the years, what the Paramount Mountain looks like. Maybe at one time it was Mount Hermon, right? So now why would I want to focus on Mount Hermon of all places, that place where Syria, Lebanon, and Israel come together, all right, where there's been lots of biblical things over the years. Now, here's information. Mount Hermon is significant in religious texts as it is believed to be the location where the Watcher class of fallen angels, kind of like that Paramount, logo where all the stars fall down, right? Of fallen angels descend to earth, like Los Angeles, Hollywood. Holly being the witches. When they make their wands, they use it from Hollywood, right? As described in the apocryphal book of Enoch, the fallen angel descend to earth. They swore an oath on this mountain to take human wives, which led to their corruption of humanity. So cultural impact. The narrative has influenced various religious and mythological interpretations. They always throw mythology on stuff that they're trying to hide. It's just mythology. So interpretations regarding the nature of evil and divine judgment. The mountain is also associated with various ancient temples and inscriptions, indicating its importance in religious practices, right? So it is noted for an inscription that connects to the oaths taken by these angels located on its summit. There's a temple, Qasar Antar temple, that where there's these inscriptions. Now, I saw from different people over time that have given lectures, and they showed on Mount Hermon where there was what looked like a spacecraft that had crashed, right? It was like had just a groove down a mountain, and these fallen angels, right? So are they extraterrestrial that, that, or are they angels like we think of, with wings flying in the sky? So I'm just open-minded about it, but I think these fallen angels came to Earth in craft, all right? So with Lucifer, all right? So that's, some of the stories that we've seen over time. So they were beings, they were tall, and they mated with women. Now I've had Juan on, and Juan has talked about this quite often, Juan O'Savin, and he's talked about how there was a city at the base of Mount Hermon where they formed a city. These fallen angels that crash landed here is what I believe, and with Lucifer, and they started the city. They liked each other. Men liked each other, right? And we know that is one of the things that we've seen with these fallen angels, like they kind of look like, in descriptions that they have, kind of look like the Statue of Liberty, right? And so anyway, because Statue of Liberty has very masculine cheeks, and its arm is like very strong, like mine, right? It's not feminine at all, and it has a little bit of a little booby, all right, like some hermaphrodite type thing or something. So anyway, these fallen angels liked each other, and they're like, hey, why not? Let's check out these women, right? So they started their own little sect, right? Some of these people that we are seeing now that are in positions where they should not be, actually in leadership positions, which they did not earn. They were placed in those positions by these fallen angel offspring, right? Over time. So I think we're going to find that out. We're finding that out. A lot of us understand this. There's lots of great talk about this already, and we're just going to continue this conversation until it's all revealed. And those of us that know this stuff, just basically crush it out there. All right. So we have, some of these fallen angel puppets, like we talked about, and they are being revealed. They have revealed themselves. Laura Loomer has been destroying Candace Owens. She has been doing such a great job. Good job, Laura. All right. So let's look at the latest of Laura Loomer. And so these people lie. And when they're caught in lies, it should be the end of them, but they continue because people are, attracted to them. I don't know, attracted or, subverted. Their consciousness is pulled in. They're very, they're outspoken people, and they have a lot of charisma, a lot of karma. Well, they do have karma coming, but they have a lot of charisma, so people are attracted to them, but they're being exposed. All right, so more and more of these people are being exposed. They can't lie anymore because their lies are being exposed. Emery Smith says David is safe. That's good. Emery Smith is a good guy. I liked Emery Smith. When I did the show with Gaia, I connected him, and they're pretty cool. He's a really good guy, I think. So good to hear. So, I mean, like I said, there's conflicting stuff. There's very good people out there that are revealing, but we'll have to see going forward. Like I said, I'm open-minded about it. I don't see him on either side, so that's crazy. So there's a block there, and that could be David's consciousness, because he's a pretty strong spiritual guy, and it could be the good guys are putting a block on that as well. So anyway, let's look at what's going on. So what I think the system is being crashed. The Luciferian deep state system is being crashed. One of the main places where it has to be crashed is Iran. So Iran now, a lot of people, you're seeing the Congress, of course, the Luciferian demonic demon rats, with some rhinos, Republican in name only, thrown in. which is, at this point, I think the whole Congress and Senate needs to be cleaned. All right. Just cleansed. And then those people that are of great merit that usually possibly don't have, a lot of money. So they're not influenced by that, that level of to get to the billionaire status these days, you pretty much are going to have to be involved with the deep state Luciferian crowd, right? So that's not good. Now you can be involved with them. Like when I was in the CIA, I knew who the bad guys were, the Luciferians, the reptoids, right? So I could see them. I'm like, hey, I'm of the light. You guys have your agenda. I'm over here doing my thing. I'm gonna work around you. I'm gonna expose you at some point, which I'm doing now. And it doesn't matter to me because we're finally moving into a level of consciousness where we're creating this world. We're creator beings that have been given the ability to create from our creator. So we're connecting with him and we're creating a new reality on this earth, one that has been stopped out over and over and over again for millennia, and maybe even as far back as a million years, I don't know. But regardless, we're at the point where we're going to break free. We've been suppressed over and over again. And finally, after, all the problems we've overcome and learned from and evolved to the point where we can finally break free. We're at that point now, and we are going to break free. Of course, they're going to continue to try and stop us. And they've been successful, like I said, over and over again throughout time here on Earth and in other solar systems, other galaxies, right? So this one, for the best part, is where we're going to break free. And we're one of the last, I think, bastions in our galaxy of where the deep state evil exists. So everybody's watching to see if we evolve, and we're evolving. We very, very high level beings of light are evolving. Some of us reptilian, all right? Some of us, Palladian. Some of us Arcturian. Some of us, from many different solar systems are here at this time after evolving, coming down into this reality and evolving as a group and breaking free. One of the only places in our galaxy, in many galaxies, where this has happened, where multiple, forms, like I just mentioned, Palladians, Arcturians, and so forth, have come and have learned to work together. Usually, it's that the Palladians have broken free, the Arcturians are broken free, and so forth. But here it is where all of these different star beings have come, and we're all breaking free together. This is monumental. Everybody's watching. So, with the advancement in consciousness, we're starting to see very easily through the lies and manipulations like the Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson's and Alex Jones's and all that stuff. So that's why they're breaking down, and we're breaking free from their manipulations. So occasionally, most of the time they would give us really good information, and then they would come in and couch in some negative, which they really started going full retard mode against President Trump, because he and our military is breaking free, has broken free for the most part from the reptoids, right? Draco reptilians, who are a race of beings that, for the most part are negative, but they have a few positives in there. But that's the way it is in humanity too, because here on Earth we have, some negatives. That's for the most part, unfortunately, that's the Islamists, right? So we're breaking free. We're helping them break free, and those that don't want to willingly break free, they're going to be broken free, right, from us, right? We're going to break them out away from us, and kinetic form, right? So the kinetic form, or, Trump is, of God, and he's giving them the option. Now, you guys that know that, my Archangel Michael experience, I'm the same way. I send love. I send a bubble of energy of love, surround certain individuals. They have the option at that point to turn to, the good, the light, not the darkness, not the Luciferian side. And even though Lucifer is the angel of light, just like that statue that sits in the harbor of New York, Statue of Liberty, right? So we have, learned to see through their BS, and we're breaking free from that on every single level, and exposing those that are part of that system, which is the people that are in control in Iran right now, the people that are in control in France, the people who are in control in Great Britain, the people that are in control in Germany, and on and on and on. So all of these people are being exposed. All of these people will be removed in one form or another. Just like when I would surround people, it's funny. One of you are like, Mike, I wouldn't, send a bubble of love to Newsom. He might come back at you with that love. I was like, that's funny. That won't work. So no, that's what happens when you send love to someone, is they become unable to connect with their Luciferian dark energy forces. And it basically, it'll either break them free or it will expose them. If they don't go to the light, then they'll be destroyed. All right. And unfortunately for most people that I've sent that love light to, almost all of them have been destroyed. Right. So that's what I've been doing to, obviously, and I hope a lot of you have been doing that, because you've been listening to me for a while, have been sending that love energy to the Iranian regime. For the most part, a lot of those guys are gone, right? And we're going to see the rest of them go bye-bye too. Some of them will go to the light, but most of them, they're going away, guys. All right, so that's just the way it is. So those fallen angels, they don't get to exist here on Earth anymore going forward. They will be removed, and or they will come to the light, right? And I know of some that have actually come to the light, believe it or not, some of these fallen angels. So, and they've spoken to me. Of course, I'm very, very observant, right? So maybe they're trying to just pull me into a false narrative, but that has never worked. All right, so let's look at a little bit more what's going on out there. The coming collapse of the Iranian regime, the coming collapse of the Cuban regime. So all around the world, now the God military, the U.S. military, along with other militaries that are moving towards the light around the world, will start to take out these fallen angel control systems and so forth, right? All around the world, because they used the U.S. military for the longest time. They had infiltrated and controlled the U.S. military and Luciferians, and they were using the U.S. military for their evil purposes. So that is being flipped. Of course, the Luciferians want to, they're screaming and yelling that Trump is a bad man and he's trying to do evil things. Of course, whenever you see that, guys, you should know right away that anyone that's doing that is either unfortunately misinformed, has a demonic soul, demonic figure that's controlling, manipulating their consciousness and their mouths, right? So that's where you can start looking at them from now on, right? So if you're, behind President Trump, you're on the right side, guys. So let's look at what's going on.
GC is saying non-negotiable and impossible. Meanwhile, reports are coming out of their people. Again, basically anybody that blinks wrong in Iran, because the regime is so paranoid, is getting the axe or the noose.
So that's very sad, obviously. Now, they did that for a long time, for years here in America with J6ers. And the people that were very conservative and so forth, they went after their bank accounts. Of course, they did the same thing in Canada against the trucker convoy guys, people that are of God, of the light. They have gone after them in Canada. Same thing in Australia, same thing in New Zealand. There's massive pushback around the world on that, but they're starting to come back again and exert their power again. So it's the last ditch push by the Luciferians around the world. Last ditch, right? Now, will this be over this year? Think about that, guys. You think this is going to be over in 1 year? Some of these places like Australia and New Zealand and Canada and Europe still have a stranglehold over their country and their people, right? So it's going to take time. Now in America, we're breaking free from it, and we're not going to allow it to come back again, right? And anytime it comes in, we're going to be like very soft, very gentle, like good angels are. We'll give them the option to do the right thing, and then we'll press them. And that's what we've been doing since Trump came back. So we've been very patient, very calm, very cool under all the pressure that we went through under the Biden administration. Another one of the last ditch efforts by the deep state Luciferians, right?